Oi. Shuba-duba-dai. This blessed country, oh land of beauty, I pray for thee. Some people have that wrong philosophy that politicians can save a country. They never try and do it spiritually. And now the system exploding on we. The country in a recession, a big change from the old time religion. Mankind rewriting history in a modern but a bad version. We living in our final days. Take a look and change your ways. For our beautiful country, going back to slavery days, only a prayer for the land can stop drug violence and crime. A prayer for the land, yes, these are the signs of the end of time. A prayer for the land, the price of living, man, is so high. A prayer for the land, that even the rich like the poor cry. You say you're concerned and care, we country living in fear, but all are we born right here. So let's say a prayer, the Almighty Father will hear. And I see,
get alive, get alive.
Shuba-duba-dai. Oh God Almighty, show some mercy on this our country. My world standard gone way down the drain. Little children using rum, crack and cocaine. It seems like wickeditions gone insane, and everyone playing the dirty game. Too much guns and drugs in the country, owned by Tom, Dick and Harry. But if you're wrong, you must pay for it, for the law, no one above it. Put an end to victimization, oppression and segregation. It's not a good thing for this country, so let's try and wipe it out totally with a prayer for the land, of fire and brimstone go burn with it. A prayer for the land, some say they're picking out who should get paid. A prayer for the land, and that's why the prisoners burn down the jail. A prayer for the land, one day it must prevail. Please don't let this country become an next Haiti. No peace, no unity. Bow down humbly, the Almighty will answer it. Oh yeah,
Get alive, get alive.
Shuba-duba-dai. Oh God Almighty, show some mercy on this our country. They now call we Terror Paradise Island. No longer a country where peace abound. Yes, I used to boast about my land of beauty, the freest nation with democracy. But now we are the capital for drug pushers and money launderers. Shame and scandal is on we, sink is name tarnish universally. Some blame it on the politicians for the unstabilized conditions. We going from bad to worse, our blessed country now cursed. But a prayer for the land, will help us to live with other people. I pray for the land, for that's why the nation in big trouble. I pray for the land, united we stand, divided we fall. I pray for the land, citizens answer your duty call. Righteousness exalts a nation. The most I hate poor man depression. So I'm calling on everyone to take a stand. Take it, listen to my song. Did a bad over boy, shuba duba die. What? This blessed country, oh land of beauty, I pray for thee.
Sound of the King Craig, the man Calypso Craig, coming to you with a song, I Pray for the Land. I pray for the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. Trust me, we need that right about now. A lot is happening here in our beloved Federation. I'm DJ Maurice, and I'm coming to you live and direct from my bunker here in the Republic of St. Paul, St. Kitts. We just had a little shower of rain outside there, so we are blessed. We're going to be having two guests joining me in a bit this evening, one at the top of the hour at 6 p.m., followed by second guest. This evening, we got a lot to talk about. You know, it appears that we are living in a very strange land here in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. People want you to see things and act like you're not seeing them. They want you to have your eyes wide open shut. But you know, DJ Maurice, I cannot do that. If I'm going to start that kind of business, then it might as well that I shut down this podcast. But before we get into the next song, let me drop this ad and let you know why DJ Maurice is here on a Wednesday evening.
Wednesday evenings are heating up. Log on to DJ Mauricio's Facebook Live broadcast every Wednesday evening from 6 to 8 p.m. It's a frank and candid exploration into the social, cultural, political, and economic issues affecting our federation. And just in case you missed it, you can also catch the broadcast on his YouTube channel, DJ Mauricio. Subscribe to the channel on YouTube and smash that bell. You will be notified whenever he goes live. DJ Mauricio, every Wednesday evening, Facebook 6 to 8 p.m. or thereafter on his YouTube channel, DJ Mauricio. Log on.
Yes, as you heard it, I'm here every Wednesday evening to bring you some good information in regards to what's taking place in our beloved Federation. And in this regard, why don't I let you know about the good people across there in Nevis? Let's take a listen to my boy, the man Carbo's over there in Fountain, Nevis.
Carbo's, located at Fountain Village in Nevis, is the go-to spot for your Saturday treat. Tantalize your taste buds with his delectable Carbo's Delicacy Goat Water. Or, if you prefer some soul food, then Carbo's Punji and Fish is definitely the way to go. Call ahead and reserve at 869-663-9694. Then make your way over to Carbo's and enjoy the vibrant atmosphere while you savor your delicacy. Carbo's, we are not changing, we are only improving.
Food all over, food all over, you got the food all over.
Yes, and don't forget Carbo now offer delivery service around the island of Nevis and in St. Kitts. So if you have a little session and you want Carbo to cater goat water or your fungi and fish or your green banana and fish, whatever, Carbo is capable of taking care of you. Just let him know DJ Maurice sent you. Make sure you give him a call early o'clock that he can prepare his seasoning and stuff like that. Now let's take a quick listen to Sister Carmen Caterers.
Girl Sandra, you know where you go find nice fresh local food 7 days a week, one provision and all kind of thing. Girl, where? Right down there by Shillings, by Carmen Catering Services, girl, she opposite the bus stop. Girl, and she also cater for weddings, parties, anything you want to cater for, funeral and all. Girl, and trust me, you're gonna enjoy the food. And she also selling bites and Sundays. Opposite the car shop, right down the main road. Girl, you could call 665-1494 or 663-6005 to order your food or go and pick up your food. Girl, the food will be finger licking and you get your money worth. You ain't want nothing better than that.
That is right, Sister Carmen. Very serious chef, very serious cook. I had some lovely stew turkey neck there earlier today. Very delicious. So check out Sister Carmen, let her know DJ Marisha sent you. And whenever you're in Boyd's on a Sunday, just tell Everett, give Marisha a call. Marisha will be happy to drop in and have a drink with you guys. Let's take a quick listen to my boy Malvern Gums from the Spectrum Band in St. Thomas, Virgin Islands.
Hey, this is Malvern from Spectrum Band, and you're listening to DJ Marisha, playing you the best in Caribbean music. Hey, this is Malvern from Spectrum Band, and you're locked into DJ Marisha. Keep it locked.
Keep it locked right there, because you know how we're going to do it, you know. We're going to nice up the place. Let me drop this track right about now, because I want to believe this evening when it's all over, I will be living up to my expectation as they had labeled me some years ago. I want to big up this one for my boy Sakriti. This one is called Enemy of the State. And you know that once I drop a track like this, what the show is going to be about this evening. We're dealing with the issues.
Enemy. I'm not the enemy. Are you the enemy? Who is the? Are you the enemy? I'm not the enemy. Who's the enemy? Educator, your historian, the unpaid advisor to government and opposition. I bring you songs of levity, party and social commentary. In other lands, I am a cultural icon, but due to my proclivity to expose the ills of my country, they designate me an enemy of the state. But it's my love for country that make me question the things I see going wrong. Like the crime rate that keep on going up, that the PM says going down. Is he take a corrupt tip-off cop and made him the deputy? Between he and Edme, the police force can function effectively. Police used to work for 8 hours straight and went home to take a rest. Now this 4 hours on, 4 hours off, got the force in a mess. Is you who handcuff the police? Now they can't control the crime rate. So don't call me an enemy of the state. Anyone who critique your policies, you want their head on a plate. So tell me who's the real enemy of the state. I'm not the enemy. Are you the enemy? Who's the enemy? Tell me. I'm not the enemy. Are you the enemy? Who's the enemy? They tell me tourism is the lifeblood of the country. Still we keep increasing the budget to that ministry. But the more we spend on that industry, is the less result we do see. Now the whole country, it seems, waiting desperately till Marriott open its doors. 40,000 plus on pause. Can one hotel save us from catching hell? Oh well, what is my love for country that made me question the deal they gave Royal P? A $400 million hotel with their own electricity. If we upgraded we power plant, they would buy the current from we. $20 million or more yearly to sweeten the treasury. Then they tell me both are resigning, he not taking another turn. I said I jump and prance as a good riddance, for there's hope for tourism. His performance in that industry, God Hotel is desperate, yet he treats me like an enemy of the state. From 500 ships in 95, now 158. So tell me who's the real enemy of the state? Are you the enemy? I'm not the enemy. Who's the enemy? Are you the enemy? Minister of Justice, oh, can you tell me why Angela Innes is not paid what the courts decree? When she was making her contributions, you were nowhere to be found. Now she's squanting while you're buying up condominium. You also got Concy Mitchum, our first female parliamentarian, still can't get her gratuity and pension. But it's my love for country that make me question this bold-faced hypocrisy. Your actions are simply degrading the women of this country. I hope that Jess and Henry Martin don't support your policy. For what goes around, come back around, no matter whom you may be. These women serve with distinction and should get their due respect. Not scandalize and victimize. To this action I object. Your actions, Mr. AG, means all women must subjugate, and that makes you an enemy of the state. If you taking orders from Dougie, it means you eating from the same plate. So tell me who's the real enemy of the state? Oh, watch me now. I'm not the enemy. Are you the enemy? Who's the enemy? I'm not the enemy. Who is the enemy? Tell me. Almost every weekend is party, party, party. Soon we'll start the campaigning with Berries and Byron Lee, while the bell tolling at SSMC and tourism catching hell. One night at Jane Fast costing more than a hotel. Then IMF tell Douglas Plain he must raise taxes again. So who got cocoa in sun? Look out for rain. Yes, it's my love for country that make me question the state of the economy. We could well use the 36 million you spent on the inquiry, and yet you take up the best golf course and sell out to Royal P. Bota was not in favor of that one, and with him I must agree. You are the leader of this country, but to lead effectively, you must listen to suggestions from Calypsonia like me. If I'm the only one in the country to pinpoint your mistake, does that make me an enemy of the state? Sandra Byron no longer boos me, cause she knows I don't deal with hate. So maybe you're the real enemy of the state. The Jew is out on you. And you know what? You ain't come to the circus as yet. We're still waiting. Are you the enemy? Who's the enemy?
Yeah, songs of the man King Socrates, enemy of the state. And it appears that that's what DJ Marisha is these days, because, you know, when I come here on a Wednesday evening and try to bring you the issues that are taking place and to get your input to start a conversation, some people don't want to hear the facts. They want me to marinate the facts, spin, as they would say. But DJ Marisha is really not about that. And, you know, even more so today as I sit here this evening, I give thanks to the Almighty, because I'm a very lucky guy in life, you know. No matter how people try to dirty my name and drag me through stuff, when I experience things in life, I realize that, as my cousin Catherine always tell me, Jeffrey, you are here for a purpose, and God ain't finished with you as yet. Earlier today, I had an experience. If I was not a strong person. I would think I was in a movie. I do not know how many of your people is familiar with the roundabout up there. Top of the old Shadwell, where you're heading into St. Peter's, the main roundabout there. I happened to be coming up from back of the cemetery by the governor, heading up that road, making my way to St. Peter's earlier today. And believe it or not, when I am about to enter the intersection of the roundabout, I observe about 6 to 8 soldiers, fatigue out in their uniform, long guns. I would say AK-47 or M16s, whatever they are, but heavy weapons. And I could hear a vehicle screaming coming up the road, burning tires, trying to look like they're trying to get away from someone. So I basically pulled to my left and tried to observe what is going on. And when I realized that there was a soldier at the further end, like coming up from towards Gillard Meadows down there, trying to stop this vehicle, and this vehicle basically take up with a speed, trying to run over the officer to get away. There's 4 or 5 other officers with these long guns, you know. I am talking about big guns. And I want to know, I got a question to ask the Prime Minister. I got a question to ask the commander at the army up there, to ask the police commissioner. When we see these young men and women with these big guns going around the place, do they have ammunition in them? And if they have ammunition in them, are they trained to shoot? Are they trained to fire? Are they trained to perform their job adequately? Because what happened today, to me, is a disgrace, you know. And I'm not going to polish it. What I saw transpired today is a disgrace. The only vehicle in the vicinity of that vehicle was my vehicle, and I make sure I put my vehicle in a position where I am safe and clear from any fire. And you know, these army men, these soldiers, flagging down this guy while he's the lone occupant of that car, doing his Dukes of Hazzard kind of driving, trying to get away from them, fly to the roundabout, fly down to the back there by ZIZ, while those police just stopped there with their weapon pointing at the vehicle, not one shot fire. And I actually pulled over and I asked one of the officers, I said, why you never fired that vehicle? He just looked at me and smiled. I mean, they carry around these guns for joke. Whatever was going on with that vehicle that got away from them, whatever he's trying to get away with, God knows. But that vehicle was able to get through 5 soldiers at least, if not 6. Those tires should have been shot out. The radiator, at the least, should have been shot out. Something to stop that vehicle. The vehicle became a weapon against these soldiers, and that vehicle was able to penetrate that stop. And it appears as though that they expected the vehicle, because the way that they was set up there, like they was waiting on someone, and the vehicle, the driver observed them in the area, and he just take off with a speed. Now, DJ Marish, you're gonna try and be a hero and stop that vehicle, you know, because I was in a position to stop that vehicle. But he might have killed himself or kill me, because the speed that vehicle was going. And when I thought about it, I thought very quick about it. I said, let me take myself away from that vehicle. Because number one, if I try to stop that vehicle, they might want to know from me eventually, why did I get involved? Or all kind of red tape. But the officers here in St. Kitts Nevis, I am looking, I am expecting, I'm demanding an investigation in those officers that was at that roundabout. Is nowhere under God's earth, with those firepower that those people had in their hands, that that vehicle should have been able to penetrate that sting. I have not seen anything on social media. I have not heard anything on the news. But this is an eyewitness, first-hand eyewitness. I observed it myself. I thought I was in a movie. At one point, I had to stop and park my vehicle because I'm not worried about the guns. I was out of the firing range of the officers. What would have been more damaging to me would have been that driver trying to get away from the police or the military, the army at whatever cost I might end up coming my way. So, my good people of St. Kitts Nevis, I am very disappointed with the operation of those guys today. And I am not going to come here and make any excuses because it appears as though the criminals them have more rights than regular citizens. Only God knows what that driver of that vehicle had in that vehicle. Only God knows what that driver must have done. And I am at a loss as to why that vehicle was able to penetrate those guns. So, Mr. Commander up there at the military stand, I want you guys to investigate this thing seriously. Because if we're going to get a handle on the criminal activities in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis, we got to be serious. I understand there's some amnesty going on, and still the shooting is taking place, the criminal activities are taking place. So when are we going to step it up? Innocent citizens such as myself should not have been placed in that situation this morning. And it appears as though these officers standing on the street was not equipped with any vehicle to chase down that vehicle. Why are you having an operation and there's no one in a position to take off behind the vehicle that went through there that speed? That road coming up there to the back by the Governor General there, there's a speed bump going down there. If somebody was able to chase that vehicle, you know he could have get away from them. And it's like it was a joke that this guy got away. We need some serious people who would utilize the weapons. If you're going to have the weapons and there's no ammunition in them, go put them down. And if there's ammunition in them, use them when you have the opportunity to use them. Clean the streets. People must be allowed to walk the street of St. Kitts freely. If criminals choose to be criminals, criminals know where they should be. Let's put them there. The criminals should be either locked up in the cemetery on ice. It's as simple as that, you know. There's no space for criminality in our beloved federation. We got to get a hold of it. And I'm going to come back to it later, you know. But for now, let me drop the commentary for Brother Dwyer Stephan for today, Wednesday, May 22nd.
Greetings. You will know that I've been speaking for a long time about the solar plant matter between the government and a Swiss company called Leclanche, and the deal later including two additional companies named Solec Power and Solrid, respectively. My main argument has been that this project should be owned by the people of this country. In a relatively recent commentary, I made the point that it would be wise to consider calculating and planning for the energy needs of St. Kitts, not on its own, but in terms of realistic projected capacity and timelines of the Nevis geothermal project. My thinking was, the more that Nevis can produce, presuming satisfactory costs and quality and reliability of supply, the less capacity we might have to build in the public grid on St. Kitts. And accordingly, the less money we might have to spend. But timing would also have to be an extremely important consideration because we need the renewable energy and we need it quickly. Also in relation to potential arrangements with Nevis, if that was the most prudent way to go, a well-crafted agreement would have to be structured, taking into consideration all angles and contingencies. And the conversation needs to begin in earnest now. This is what planning and development are all about. 10, 20, 30, 50, 100-year plans, not 5-year plans for elections. Those things are destructive to countries. We need proper planning and implementation for the benefit of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Meanwhile, and in any case, I want to emphasize the point that if the government in Bastia and the administration in Charlestown encourage and incentivize homeowners and business owners to install solar and or wind systems on their private properties, the homeowners and business owners can become more self-reliant They can take pressure off the public supply. They can lower their own energy costs. Homeowners whose energy costs are reduced will now have more disposable income for investing and spending, while businesses with reduced energy costs can now lower prices and thereby encourage more consumer spending. All winners here. Indeed, it is my opinion that on the path to becoming a truly green economy and society, our building code should, in a well-administered phased process, mandate the installation of renewable energy units on private properties, and also water catchment and water recycling systems. So this should become part of the law generally, in my opinion. We have to face the future, and the future could be very daunting. These things can by themselves provide much needed stimulation to our economy, creating and sustaining jobs, and can take us to a level where energy and water are administered and managed on the basis of high efficiency, sustainability, and sensible economics. Now, the government tells us that the good people of Skellig are miracle workers to be keeping the power going as they are doing, given the constraints under which they operate. For example, there's a lot of old equipment. Maintenance and parts are expensive. Breakdowns are inevitable and maybe too frequent for comfort. Indeed, there was a breakdown on Monday, and now the island is on load shedding. The price that Skellig charges to its customers is well below its costs. If this were a private business, it would have closed down long ago. Government subsidizes Skellig to the tune of $5 million a month. That, in better circumstances, adds up to $60 million a year that the government could otherwise put to productive use for you, the people of this land. But it is going into subsidizing Skellig. And to make matters worse, whereas Skellig should be collecting about $10 million a month, maybe more, from its consumers, I'm told that it is only collecting about $3 million. So just from consumers not paying their bills, Skellig is losing $7 million a month in revenue, if my information is correct. And if so, that can't be allowed to continue. Now, I know that some people have been experiencing and are experiencing financial difficulties. But a lot of people who owe Skellig are doing well enough to pay their electricity bills on time or on an arrangement with Skellig. Some of them have owed tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars, and have gotten away with it in the past because of interventions by friends high up the pecking order. Friends benefiting from each other at our expense. This is a different version of friends with benefits. But worse, they are the friends, they get the benefits, we pay the price. Some of these delinquents have died owing Skellig tons of money. Meanwhile, persons owing big money have bought real estate, have made significant investments here and abroad, living the life. They have money to spend on those things, but not to pay for their electricity. We are in a situation where if a major development comes into the country, it might not be able to develop if it is to rely on the already stretched public power supply, because the capacity and reliability are just not there. We need to understand that this is an obstacle to development. Investment needs energy, and we are scrunting for energy. If we are to expand our population and our economy significantly, and we should be looking to do that, of course, in an organized, disciplined, and well-managed way, then we also need energy to power us. But we are scrunting for energy, thanks to the delinquents and their friends who allowed the delinquency, thanks to poor leadership and lack of vision and proper prioritizing on the part of past administrations, and thanks to the slowness of the present administration to understand and act. Meanwhile, we are barely getting by, thanks to Skellig's miracle workers and those of us who pay for electricity. Then there are other consumers who are not business people. They don't pay either. They have money for carnival costumes that cost $2,000. They have money, and VIP preferably, for Inception and Black Sun and White Sun and all of these stuff. No impugning of the organizers of these events. More power to them. These delinquents have money to take cruises, to go to New York and Miami to shop, to spend a staycation at a local hotel, buy nice jewelry and cars and so. But they don't have money to pay their lights bills. And you know, when the current goes, some of them are the first and the loudest to complain. Here's what I say. Help those who need help, cut off the rest, because they're getting away with bad-mindedness and they're hurting the country. Food, water, shelter, and energy and clothing are basics. I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, but we have to prioritize our resources. We have to be responsible, and if we choose not to be, then we must pay the price. Our delinquency must not bring pain and suffering to the entire nation. And you may not like to hear this, but generally speaking, we are too undisciplined and irresponsible in this country. Let's go back to the government and Leclanche. This connection between the government and Leclanche was initiated while Timothy Harris was PM. Harris and his sidekick, Pompous Pilot, did not want to support the Nevis Island administration's effort to develop geothermal power. Instead, Harris and Pompous Pilot wanted to make their own arrangements here in St. Kitts. Just that you'll remember, this happened at a time when the Team Unity administration was in office. And in that administration, there were 3 divisions and others with Nevis connections. But Timothy Harris and Pompous Pilot would have none of that. The potential economics and common sense of the Nevis geothermal proposal was of no interest to them. They simply did not want Nevis to get such an opportunity, and their eyes and minds were blinded to the enormous savings and benefits and potential that the same Nevis geothermal project might hold for St. Kitts. Yes, for St. Kitts. 7 years wasted, just like they did with the Cayon water situation. And who suffered? Ask the people of Cayon who suffered. Then understand that you suffered and are suffering as a consequence of that. Here's some stuff to chew on. In order to build out a 35 megawatt solar plant, the government said that $80 million plus would have to be found. But I'm told that up to recently, Leclanche and Solrid and Solek could not find the money. Our leaders then and now have said that this project would not cost the government anything. That's nonsense. But I've discussed this and won't on this occasion, maybe later. And for every megawatt of capacity that they build, they are going to need about 5 acres of land. So 35 megawatts will use up 175 acres, maybe even more. That would be an unsightly spread of solar panels in a concentrated area right there in the Bastia Valley National Park. If there is a need for solar power island-wide, and I'm not saying there isn't, I'm a supporter. Might it not be wiser to set up smaller plants in different areas, spread it out? We already have 2 solar plants and neither is functioning. Make sure that with effectiveness, there is also aesthetics. In other words, get the job done, but don't ugly up the place in the process. But is that capacity of 35 megawatts needed at all? Remember, as I said earlier, the best foundation on which to build out our solar power and even our wind power capacity might be to encourage and incentivize private owners to install energy systems on their properties, and government can do the same on its properties, rather than investing in such a large facility and using up so much land. If what I'm saying now differs in any way from what I've said before, it's because I'm learning as I go and I am sharing as I learn. So here's the bottom line. If Leclanche and its associates have failed to meet their deadline, run them. If they fail in any other way, run them. Let's do our own thing, house by house, business by business, government facility by government facility. Explore probabilities with Nevis. And if you take that path, make a sustainable and fair arrangement between the federal and Nevis administrations. And let us get this country rolling forward instead of continuing to roll over, head over feet in uncertainty and indecisiveness. I want to end on a note that might displease some of us, but I'm not here to entertain. I'm here to provoke our intellect, our civic mindedness, our patriotism, and our consciences. We have to change our attitude. We need to become more disciplined and responsible and to pay our debts. We have to put our needs ahead of our wants. We need to stop living beyond our means. We don't have to keep up with anybody. And we need to stop complaining so much and get off our backsides and change our country for the better. If we sincerely want to leave a better country for our children and generations to come, that's what we'll have to do. Until next.
Yes, brother Dwyer, thanks for your commentary for today. Well received. I guess you preempt that I'm going to come back at you. So you said you have a change of heart, because not too long ago, brother Dwyer, I can recall having the leader of the NRPD, Sister Janice Daniel Hodge, on this program, and you took her to task along with brother Sam Kanda, saying that geothermal will never be realized on Nevis in our lifetime, but it seems as though you got a change of heart. So we got to have a conversation, find out what you know that I don't know, because I am still of the view that geothermal will not be realized in our lifetime while I'm here. So I have heard of the amount of millions already spent. I have heard of the drill rig that should come in by a certain time and what should be. And by now, if I was to take what Premier Brantley had said, geothermal should be firing to the skies right now. We should be air conditioned in Charlestown by now. So I wish Prime Minister Joe, the Honorable Congress Maynard, and the team well. If they know something that we don't know, I want to see something that just talk. I want to see what is the plan, the timeline that we are looking at. I believe in timeline. Good evening, Brother Williams. Tap your screen, open your mic. You're up.
Pleasant good evening to you, Marisha, and to all of your listeners.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't know if you realize how pretty you look on screen, you know. You're over 1 year due for coming here. Over a year now, you've been appointed ombudsman, right? And we have a very large contingent online, eagerly waiting for the conversation. And basically, I had put the whole team out trying to find you. So I just want them to know that you found me. So you're here. A year later, I think you just celebrate 1 year anniversary in your appointment last month, March, I think.
Yes, the 20th of March. You're correct.
So I know who you are. There are many people online. You are going around the globe right about now. So can you just please introduce yourself? Give a quick synopsis of your positions. I understand you're a pastor. You're going to pray for me tonight because I almost lose my life today. You're going to pray for the people of St. Kitts Nevis. But before you do that, could you just give a quick synopsis of your position as the ombudsman and pastor?
Well, a pleasant good evening to one and all. I am Bishop Cyprian Williams. I have been minister of religion for a number of years, actually over 25 years, right here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. I've also held several positions on international religious organizations, church fellowships. Yes, also I served on many committees locally, especially I'm one that is for our credit unions. And so I have served, I've also been educated throughout in terms of with the credit union movement in the region. And so I have persons like Mr. Edwards, yes, from St. Kitts too, who actually was doing a great work. He's doing a great work there in terms of empowering the credit union. And also I am a civil and commercial mediator, yes. So I'm a counselor, marriage officer. I've done a few things. I don't like to talk about myself too much, but I am just here to serve my people. Originated from the Green Valley area, Keon, that's where I grew up. I now live in the Basti area. Educated through the Keon High School, went on further. I also did some work within electrical engineering. So because my father was of the view that you need a skill, And so I did that. I don't do much of that work, but I still understand all that when it comes to planning and plans and all of that, but I am not really engaged in that occupation anymore. But I love it. It's something, because when you learn things, you do not forget. So I'm honored to be here. And yes, a year ago, I was appointed as the second ombudsman. I'm still acting in the position because there are some changes that has to be made. I'm sure we had the first reading of the Ombudsman Act, the revised act in the Parliament. There are some changes that has to be made to the act. And I'll tell you why just quickly. Because the now act states that if I'm appointed to the position, there are no changes that can be made throughout my appointment. And you must understand, I am 51 years of age, and the act says that the person must be serving up until age 70. So imagine if the appointment now, they can make no change to the act in the next 19 years, 18 years. So we are in negotiations in terms of some things that we are seeing in the present act that needs to be, some things need to be empowered, certain things that needs to be looked at, and the Attorney General is doing that. Also, just recently, I have been asked to serve as the Commissioner of Information. So that's a role that I am presently working at. And I must tell people, because persons may be saying, well, what is really the ombudsman? It's a new word, especially for us. It's a new word in our area. It is really just the people's defender, protector. That is what the role is the people's representative, the public protector and advocate. It means that if persons out there feel that they have been, they have any grievances, complaints, problems with officials of government agencies, then my office is the place that you need to come to. One of the things I'll tell persons is that this office investigates or look into all matters. If everything was done according to, good faith, according to law, good spirit, then I will report back to the individual and let them know my findings. Also, the act gives us, my office, the powers to make recommendations in terms of even asking the public officials to change certain things that was done, and we have done that over the past year. We have given certain advice, give the public official at least the access 20 days to respond back to us, and we make sure that those things are followed. It has been a task, Marisha, because we remember we had a break of 7 years that no one was appointed to, approximately 7 years, no one was appointed to the office. So what I met when I got there, actually, I just met a few boxes that the first ombudsman, Mr. Walford Gums, actually gave to me, and I had to set up the office from scratch. Everything, he advised me well. We sat down at a couple of meetings, with him, advised me and where to go. But because the office was non-existent before in that period, what we saw is a lot of old cases start coming in. People who had grievances over the 7 years, and the act only gives us the power, give me the power to look into cases up to a year old. And I'm even trying to ask them to extend that period, because it is too rigid in terms of the time span. And I must say to you that, you know, because of my approach in terms of some of the matters, I had to write to these organizations, write to these, government departments, just to let them know that the act does not give me the power to investigate, but I am inquiring into these matters. And I must say, thanks, to many of the government organizations, they actually listened to or, accepted my, letters, even though they were over the period, because I was upfront with them. I told them these matters were older than what the act actually gave me power to look into. And so these were some of the things that we had, because we had persons who had some serious cases, serious cases. And even today, we are still making sure that we look into these matters. So persons out there, if you have any grievances at all, and I tell people, I like to be very simple, because sometimes we have government officials and agencies that seems to forget that a kind response to a letter is necessary. And if someone writes you a letter, just send them back a note, even to let them know, first, acknowledging that you received the letter. Secondly, that is either put on file or whatever. The person now will feel a little bit more comfortable knowing at least they got a response. Many times we have seen, some things. For example, I've seen a few cases where persons were being dismissed by word of mouth, not in a day like today. No. And without cause, without reason why they are sent on suspension or all these other stuff. So these are some of the things that the work of the ombudsman has to look into, in terms of just to tell, the powerful, and we have to understand government in itself is a powerful entity. And we have to let the government know that the private citizens, that somebody's there standing up or making recommendation or listening or even just advocating on the behalf of private citizens. And so that is what my office has been doing over the past year. We were in the Integrity Commission. Yes, that's where our office was located, in the Integrity Commission there on Liverpool Road for a year. And so now we are, and that is why I delayed my coming, because I didn't want to come on the air and not be able to tell the people where our office would be located now. So our office is and will be located upstairs, the electoral office, upstairs electoral office. For now, we are going to be on the third floor. We are also making provisions, because we have already discussed persons who are living with disabilities. And I must say to you, Marisha, that one of the things that, I listen very well to the cry of persons, and persons who are living with disabilities, many times, especially wheelchairs and, all those kind of individuals who have some sort of ailment. They may not be able to climb those steps to come to us. So what we do, we provide them with information where they can call my office and I go to them. Yes, rather than they come in to me, yes, I go out in the field and I meet the people. I've been all around St. Paul's, Harris's, all over, wherever the people are, I go to listen to what is happening there. They are going to be, I'm planning to do some community outreach in the next maybe few weeks, going to the schools, going into the community to speak to the people, house to house, these kind of things, because people need to know that an office like this exists, and so that if they have any grievances, they can have someone who will listen and will be willing to, be an advocate for them. And I must tell you, I have seen over the past year, yes, persons have been compensated, land issues, monies in terms of monies that were owing have been paid up, all these, kind of stuff. So these are some of the things that are happening. People think, and there's sometimes in the view, and I will tell you my approach, what I'm thinking of this. My approach in terms of with this office is not sitting down in an office somewhere and waiting for the people to come to you all the time. That is why if people see me at a place, it's because I'm invited by the people to listen in. And I don't care. Just for example, whenever there's what you call it, these press conferences by any political party, I listen to them. Maybe later on, as my schedule permits, I may be attending these press conferences to listen in, to hear, because if I'm supposed to be investigating cases, grievances, I need to be in a forum where people are mentioning these grievances that they're having. And I don't care what political party it is coming from. A grievance is a grievance. And the access of the private citizen, they didn't ask me if I must look out for Labor, PAM, or what the name is, PLP, or CCM, or NRP. It's all citizens. And I must say to you that also we have been getting cases even from Nevis. There's some of them we are not yet ready to look into them, because we have some things that we're working on right now, and the AG's office is aware of it, and we are trying to see if we can get a proper location in Nevis, because I've had several regional meetings, and I know I'm talking a little bit, but I've had some regional meetings with the OAS and all these agencies, and they're very much concerned, which I've noted. I've indicated to the AG that they are concerned about the arrangement, because the arrangement now is persons who have a grievance in Nevis has to type a letter and then put it in an envelope, send it down on the boat, and we collect it and all this other stuff. Between there's too much hands, taken, because when somebody's having a grievance, it must be handled privately. And when they have to be doing all this and send it to this person or whatever, there are too much hands, and they're saying to us, we need to set up a presence in Nevis, because the ombudsman is a federal ombudsman. So it means that what is extended to St. Kitts must be extended to Nevis. Okay, and I will stay there for now because I know I've talked a little bit. But and it is an independent constitutional appointed position, and there are certain privileges and rights and protections that are given to the ombudsman and also to the commissioner of information. And I will share as we go along concerning the commission of information, how we will work, how citizens out there can benefit in terms of the Freedom of Information Act, and where if there are certain information persons are looking for, how they can go about doing these things and all of that. Okay, so that is me for now.
Brother Williams, first I must say to you, you're here this evening to speak, so I can sit here and let you speak all evening because the information that you are providing is for the general public. I myself been waiting for that information for over a year. I have not come back to the public every week to say we spoke, but we have been speaking and communicating. So I understand the situation and the hardship with your office space.
And I thank you very much for your patience, because we were supposed to do this since well, so long, and then finally we thought we would have gotten it done in March, but you know, things did not work as you know. And I'm not going to say too much, but in terms of, you know, I just like to encourage all, you know, civil servants to really just, you know, man up, as they will say, and, you know, do what is required. Because, for example, you know, even to make sure that things are properly aisled and things are done, if it's not done in a good time, you know, a satisfactory time, it affects the operations of the different arms. Because, for example, you know, for the past couple of weeks, I have to be meeting people on the street, you know, in my vehicle, mobile kind of stuff, and it is not really a good, arrangement, because, you know, when it comes to especially the freedom of information, we have to be very careful, because we have the whistleblowers, and if somebody is going to be, you know, hinting that something is going on, they must not be seen in my presence. They must not be seen we talking on the road and stuff like that. So that is why the office, and you know, when the AG approached me concerning me even serving further as the commissioner of information, I had really no problem with it, because it is really down the same line. It's the same people I have to write to. The only thing that is kind of different now than in the area of the office of the ombudsman is that the commissioner of information, they are now what we call information officers that are appointed in every area of our ministry areas. They have them appointed, they have been gazetted already, the names are there. So the general public will know, or if you do not know, just go to the particular ministry that you want information, if it's public works, if it's customs, wherever, and you could ask. I think custom has about 2 of them because of the vast amount of work. But you can ask for the information officer, and that's the person that you will liaise with. That person now will go to the head to get the information that is required. If there any delay or problem in obtaining the information that's supposed to be public, then what is happening, because the act actually reminds citizens it's not everything is public information. So we have to be guided accordingly by the act. But if it is supposed to be public information, then it means that they can now come to my office, and then I will now write back to the information officer and let them know, ask if the information is there. And if the information is not there, we will have to try and obtain that information and get that information to the individual. The act actually gives, their penalties also on the behalf of the information officers who refuse to give certain information to the general public. So it is a serious, and I must say this. We cannot have good governance. We cannot have good governance without certain entities, especially like the ombudsman. For example, the first ombudsman was appointed, Swedish ombudsman was appointed in 1809. But if we go back early accounts of in the life of even in Africa, the ancient Egypt, we can see that pharaohs, because sometimes, you know, those of us who are, you know, familiarized with the Bible, we will see that there were kings, there were judges, there were people who were appointed to take on different aspect of justice. Now we have judges and we have magistrates and all this other stuff. But in terms of the area, why an ombudsman is important, it is that the people, the normal people on the road, private citizens, needs to know that they have someone that could look into their matter. Let me tell you something. Sometimes all it takes, Marisha, is just to listen. And by the time I am finished with the individual, and sometimes, you know, nothing could be done because when you follow all the different things that were done and different things like that, you know, the public servant, you know, did what was necessary and required of them. But, you know, all that the person needed, it is just that, you know, said to me, you know, I wish somebody would have just, you know, just listened to me and just explain to me, you know, everything. And that's all. And by the time they're finished, they're gone, they shake my hand, they say, thank you very much for listening. You know, thank you for explaining the process. And I feel much better now. And that is what we want, because the area of the, and I said this some time ago, right? That responsive and responsible and effective government, right, does not just happen by magic. It don't happen by magic. That is why important agencies must be set up to make sure that these things happen. And so my role as the ombudsman and the information commissioner is to make sure that good governance continues, or good governance is a part of our society, a part of our government. So at the end of the day, we must be able to speak truth, yes, to power, and we must be able to say to whoever, you know, respectfully, the thing that was done was not lawful, it was a bad taste, you know, and things like that, and make recommendations for things to be corrected. For example, and I'm not going to go into too much things on cases, but as I said to you some time ago, we have seen cases where persons were sent home, and when we look into it, the Public Service Commission knows nothing about it. HR, it is not on the no complaints were sent down, but somebody just took upon themselves to tell the individual, well, you got to go home. And sometimes because people don't really know their rights, they will sometimes leave the job, but then at the what is going to come back, they're going to be saying that the person actually abandoned their job.
Sorry.
And but we must be fair, and we must investigate a matter like this to say, okay, what happened? Oh, I remember there were one case, and well, there were more than one, but I'll pick it one, that someone actually applied for vacation and was sent on vacation. But during the time they were called back, and then after that, they took their vacation days. And when they returned to the job, they were told they abandoned their job. But if you check the records will see the person did apply for the days. If you go back into the file, you will see every year around this time, they normally will take vacation. But sometimes in an area, somebody might have had some little bad beef between, them and the person, or being spiteful, and they told the individual they need to go home. But when you look into this Marisol, it is not just going home. This person may lose or will lose, and I will say it that way, would have lost all of their benefits, because on record now it is stating that they abandoned their job. Is that fair? And so these are some of the cases that we now have to go in there and look at and ask for the files here and there. And I must say to you, I've had a few knocking of heads with a few persons, and simple, I tell them, I am not leaving this establishment until I get the file, right? And I respectfully, I told them, I know your role, I know who you are, and all different stuff. But in the appointment that has been given to me, it clearly states that no information, while I write to you in advance, indicate to you that at a particular time, I want you to get all these information ready for me, and you cannot tamper with anything. The file, the complete file, must be presented so that I can examine it. Because one of the things that I tell people this, I have to see it. Not you tell me it's there. I need to see it for myself, because at the end of the day, I must write up that, yes, I saw the file and these things are noted in the file, and whatever I needed. I remember one person said, you can't take nothing from the file. I said, no. I don't need to take nothing. All I need is that I need a piece of paper, and I know exactly what I need to take out of the file. And I have no problem with that, okay? No problem at all. But then I'm just saying this is because, as you know, over the year, and in the year in review, is that it was not really as easy as people would think. It had some severe challenges. I have to, and I must say this on a personal note, I have to apologize to some of the persons and cases in Nevis that has come to my office, and I've already written to them to let them know and apologize, and on the behalf of the office concerning the matters there, because in order for us to launch investigations there, yes, I've already started doing some work here and there, but we need to have a presence right there. And I must say the Attorney General promised, and he said that we are going to be working towards getting a presence there in Nevis, so that the Nevisians do not have to send down anything on a boat. Just like petitions can walk into an office, I believe it's time that the Nevisians can do the same thing. And I want to say that it's not only individuals who are sending cases. Sometimes we have organizations that are also sending in cases for us to look at. So these are some of the things. And I must say to you, one of the biggest things with this is that your information, all information, is held strictly confidential. Actually, we are sworn to secrecy, not just only me, but those who work in my office, because people's information, whatever you see, whatever comes in, it must stay within the office. And as a pastor of many years, I've never got a complaint about that. So I think that and I try to be fair. Marisha, that has been my life. I try my best to be fair. I know sometimes people want to pull you here and pull you there into certain things, but I try to live that life balance. But I'm going to say what is going to be happening in terms of my approach going forward. I need to be present. I need to hear. So if you soon you're gonna be hearing a few persons maybe saying they see me at this party held organization, they see me over here, they see me over there, because my approach is, I can't stay behind some kind of closed door and wall of hiding from the people when I ought to be the one that out there to be listening to them and to find out what is going on. And I must say to you, many times it's by passing, it's by engaging persons, you get cases. People start opening up, people start saying, sir, I didn't even know that, what you said the office is, I never heard about that. And my thing is that I do not want that to happen. Whenever my tenure is up, I want that the ombudsman, the commissioner of information is a household word. Every child, every person within the federation should know that if there is a problem, where to go. And I must say to you, we have persons who have been coming and we are not yet empowered in that way. In Taiwan, in other jurisdictions, there are also business ombudsmen, because we have had a few persons come into our office asking us they're having problem with private businesses, and I'm not calling the names. They're having problems with this person, with this bank, with that, and if we can investigate. And I had to tell them many times, sadly, that our office is not empowered to look into private entities. It's only government agencies, offices, any place that government has an interest in, we are empowered to look into those areas and to ask a few questions and to make recommendations.
Brother Williams, it's good having you. It's good listening to you. And believe it or not, we got more in common than you may think, because you started out by speaking about your electrical background. I am an electrician by trade as well, over 40 plus years as an electrician.
Wow,
I was the lead electrician at the Bronx Lebanon Hospital for almost 30 years, running the engineering department there. And as well, during that process, I became a delegate for the local union, the 1199, representing workers, and by extension, 1199 International. That's where I was able to get branch off to go and train for hazmat and health and safety and confined space, workman's comps, teaching people how to file for workman comps and stuff. So as I listen to you, basically everything you're talking about is what I've been doing. And it takes me back to my uncle Joseph Emmanuel at Garvey's estate, because him and I will speak weekly following my program. And he keep telling me, Jeff, you're doing a good job in North America with this program. But in order for you to make an effective contribution, you need to be here on the ground to really see what is happening. And that was very good advice. Just last Saturday gone there, mark 8 months since I'm in the Federation. And the things that you're speaking about, brother, I have experienced that. The civil service here in St. Kitts is a mess. And the ministers of government on either party, whether it's the past administration or the current one, I would think get blamed for a lot of things because of their functionaries. They're either not functioning or their function is to destroy people's life and don't do the right thing. So I'm happy to hear what you're saying when you say you're going to go to schools or go to the community to see for yourself. Right here in St. Paul's, There's a grown adult here. He was born with a situation where his mother had to carry him on her back as a kid and even as a grown man. We have 2 representatives in this neighborhood here. And to see the gut side that this young man have to traverse on a daily basis. He works at the JNF. And you cannot tell me that people representing the government in this region here, in number 6, cannot see what a gentleman is dealing with. The mother reached out to me. I reached out to Senator Philip several months now, no return call. But I've been beating the wire, and I know some things are moving. As you said, whether you're going to respond to a letter to acknowledge, respond to the WhatsApp to acknowledge you receive it. You might not be able to get to it right away, but at least show the courtesy of a response, acknowledge that I got your message. This is the 3rd week I'm waiting to hear back from the Deputy Prime Minister about a statement in Parliament. And I have yet to hear back from him, and I'm going to continue to reach out to him to get a response from that. Because it's not about DJ Marisha. It's about the general public concern, and they want to know what is happening. You are elected to govern and to run a country for the people. Not to jump on a plane and go out and have fun and go to party and jump up. You are put there to do a job. So you and I basically have a similar attitude overall. And it appears as though you and I are going to get along better than I thought. Because I was getting ready to put some fire under you for staying away for a whole year. But listening to you speak this evening, we are basically on the same page. Right now, I could call myself the self-appointed ombudsman because I've been working on so much different issues that people have brought to me. And for the life of me, Brother Williams, for the life of me, I don't understand something as simple as a daycare. Daycare have at least what? Maybe 25, 30 kids with maybe 2 or 3 employees, and they're asking for help from the government. That should not be any hard thing for the government to do because they got the step workers out there sitting at home getting paid, not doing any work. So instead of having people out there walking the street and committing crime, why not put them in these areas where they are trained to be leaders, trained to be teachers, and by extension, get out and get into the workforce and contribute more to society? Instead, you have functionaries who are stifling those processes. And you try to have a meeting with these ministers of government, they give you a 5-minute conversation and you don't hear from them again. But Marisha is the kind of person, he's very dedicated to a situation. Whenever I'm dealing with it, I don't leave until it's complete. And I'm hearing that about you, listening to you speaking. And you and I are going to have a lot more conversation to talk in that regard. These schools where you have students fighting, and instead of people intervening, they're videotaping and putting it on social media, all of this nonsense.
Well, it is the hardness of the hearts of individuals at this time, because even if you are having a challenge, a health, crisis or something, and you fall to the ground, people are not willing to go and assist now. A mishap happened, they want to tape it rather than to help you.
Correct.
And it is a point that we have become so self-centered, and I'm hoping and praying that we become more community-minded and looking out for one another again, like how we used to. You see, maybe because I grew up mostly with, people like my great aunt and those people, and they're much more older in life, and they pass on, a lot of values, because at the end of the day, Marisha, and we have to understand, we accumulate a few things here and there, but what is it not to have community? Like I remember when I moved over here, I'm now, I'm living. And so, I got to the neighborhood, and if I realized, everybody just, passing, saying hello, nobody even on their veranda, nothing, just gone in. And I came from a, community that we don't, that kind of thing don't happen, because for me, like when I'm hearing, somebody was found in their house and couple days and all the kind of thing, and by the time it flies, let alert us that something. I said, no, that should not happen in an area where, and I got to say, human beings live. Because if I am moving and I see my neighbor today, this is a normal thing. I see them moving out. I see them this afternoon. I see them tomorrow morning. Then it means that I have to be concerned. We have to start looking out. And it is that hardness of our hearts. I do not know what we think. It's because, we got better houses now and whatever else, and we're running race with one another. But at the end of the day, we need each other. We need each other, because sometimes I may going through a situation and all I need my neighbor to say, Lord, help out or whatever. And this is the kind of thing. And so, I kind of look at and I start making sure. And I said, look, when we're leaving, I going anywhere, I let them know we're leaving. Different stuff, they're leaving. We know what's going on. We're looking out for one another, because that is what community is all about. And I said, no, I'm not going to live in an area and where people like we ain't talking to one another and everybody like some kind of either big shot or small shot or whatever shot they are. I said, no, because that is not how we are to live. We are to live as a community. And because that is what, and it's surprising now that I'm hearing from amongst our villages, things are happening and, like nobody knows what's going on. Like I heard you was talking about this situation that happened to you today. Well, I was coming, I was driving and I saw the policemen and everything by the roundabouts and different places. And I said, it looked like they're looking for somebody. But I am hoping that by today or tomorrow, that the police put out a statement stating that this situation or this person was detained. Because don't tell me it's a vehicle, you have a number, somebody has to be seen who was driving it, right? And so I believe something has to be said, because I saw the action, the whole thing in motion. I said, it seems as though they're waiting or looking for somebody. But, I just passed, going about my own business. But when I listened to, what happened to you, and I'm so happy that, nothing, that you're safe and that nothing, major, or any danger did happen to you this morning. But, these are just the community. And as I said something the other day, it's either we are afraid to speak, because when I look at certain areas, certain things that's been happening in our communities, Marisha, somebody got to see something. Somebody has to see something. It's either we are seeing and we are pretending as though we don't see, or we are aiding certain things. Because no, one morning I was going into work and I had to park somewhere else, at the time. And when look, I saw certain things. I said, no, what's going on? Right? Somebody has to see something. And we, as a community, we have to start looking out. And many times you hear, oh, this person this and they did that and they did that. But we have to start bringing somebody. Look, let them know we are not participating in this thing no more. You did the crime, you're going to pay the time. You understand? We
have to, Brother Williams, the funny thing about it is, I know my family and friends might not want to hear me say this. But when I stopped this morning and spoke to the officer, this was my honest opinion of the whole thing. The way that thing played out, I would have preferred, and I was not in firing range. If it was, my life was in danger because of the vehicle coming towards me. I was not in firing range. But I would have preferred that they fire that vehicle and stop it. And if the bullet ricochets and kills me, let me go in peace. It was for a good cause. But to allow that vehicle to penetrate 5 officers with those long guns, it bothers me. Which it told me that is either they're not ready for the work, they're not properly trained, or they're not carrying ammunition. So I was pissed off all day.
Well, I'm hopeful that we are going to hear something about that the High Command is going to put out a statement stating that the person was apprehended because there were persons who were affected in that incident, or they should reach out to you and to let you know that the person was apprehended, or apologize for whatever happened, because with these things we know we cannot stop the work of the police, but at the same time we have to make sure it doesn't seem as though that people can just break the law because to evade or to sort of nearly run down a police. That is a serious offense.
Not a police, not a police, not a police. Several of the officers who came out.
That's not good.
Several of them, at least 3 of them would have been in his line of driving. The first one, the second one, and the third one that is next to me. And
I believe, and I'm saying here that we have confidence in the High Command that I'm hoping that they would make sure that person is detained and think. But at the same time, when you look at this, that's something that they may have to look into, because why this person couldn't stop? What were they carrying at the time? Why they,
that's the whole thing. Why they try so hard to evade a stop?
Yeah.
It got to be something going on. And it takes me back to the point I've been making for some time about these officers being properly equipped with bulletproof vests and having the necessary equipment, because in North America, and people like to hear me mention North America, but if we don't bring our experience here, we're not going to learn anything. There's such of equipment where if there was a sting and they're waiting for someone coming from wherever, what happened to the vehicle with those equipment that they throw on the road to puncture these vehicles when they're running over them? Is no way under the sun that vehicle should have penetrated those 5 officers with guns. There's no excuse that they can give me based on what I see. I am a part of the NYPD in New York. I've been functioning with them for a while now. We get the training. We know what we need to do. You cannot tell me that these folks go to whatever training, whether it's for 6 months, 12 months, a year, and they don't have the basic training to shoot. Shooting out a car tire should not be that hard. Shooting out a radiator should not be that hard. If you don't want to kill the individual, kill the equipment that they're using.
Yeah. Well, as I said, we are hoping that they will look at the operations today and examine it, since it is now, because I'm sure that there are persons within the High Command who would be listening, or the information will be relayed to them, and they will look into the operation that happened today and make sure, because make an assessment of what happened and look towards improving. Maybe if they don't have, I don't know if they have that strip, because I know this strip that you were talking about, and look at it, because we all in the entire society, we are in support of our law enforcement agencies, and so because we really want to put a stop into all this unnecessary and this crime and violence and attack on our own, because it is like the citizens actually attacking themselves.
Yeah.
And so we really need to become more community oriented and start building the family, which is called St. Kitts and Nevis. And that's my prayer, because one of the things that I will say to many individuals, my first role and responsibility is a pastor. That is who I am. I have been in this role for many, many years. And so if I can counsel, if I can help, I can speak to, which I have been called, and I've been doing my share here and there to make sure to talk to. I wish sometimes I said that we can do more to engage some of our young people. I want to put an appeal out there for parents and also teachers, especially within the daycare and primary, well, what we call it, preschool, daycare and preschool. Because what I'm seeing today, Marisha, this behavior, this pattern is not just developing overnight. You know, this thing look like it's starting way in daycare and preschool. And many of our teachers put their hands up in the air too, and parents, and say we can't go with them. What we need to do is that as a community, all of us have to help. All of us have to help. I know I can't have 300 children, but we have to help. Marisha, I went to a home the other day. Actually, I just went this afternoon to check up on the young man. I don't think he even 5. And Marisha, when I saw the behavior, because the parent was, you know, the grandparent asked me to come some weeks ago because they were concerned about the behavior of the child. When I got to the home, and I could say this because I go all over the place, so nobody will know what I'm talking about. And so when I got to the home and I realized what was happening, and I told the mother after, I said, look, the child is more mature in its mind. Let me say its mind more than you think.
Yeah.
Right? I said the child is crying out for the father. I went back there today and I asked a question. I said, okay, and I said, please because I'm gonna tell you what happened, Marisha. When I told the child, you know, I'm gonna be your father, I'm gonna be your father, grandfather, I saw a shift in the behavior of the child. It's like that is what he wanted, and what was happening is because he was crying out for the father. And when I asked the mother today, I said, you know, what happened? He said, you know, the things that's happening and different stuff. He said, no, it's not happening as frequent as it was happening because he's now spending time with his father. Marisha, and I want to say this, please, as we are out there, I want to call upon the fathers, do not just be sperm donors. Look, and if you control yourself, if you know can't think, look, I know you may not be able to support all of them, but please cut down on the volume of the amount that you're getting there, right? Use some protection, do something, because these children, especially the boys need their fathers. And Marisha, I'm gonna look at something here, you know, that we have to look at, and I believe even with the program Leave, we have to start looking at some of these children, because I know a few of them, I've met a few of them, because my responsibility too is also to the prison. I go in there to listen, and I'm actually owing them a visit, because when I go there, it's all day, Marisha, from morning till afternoon, all day, listening to them. And they send, because the act gives them the right, anybody be in detainment, to write my office and all this stuff, and nobody can stop them. And the letters must not be opened by any person. So that is the kind of responsibility I have. I go in there, make an appointment, I see them, I listen. Sometimes we have to make recommendations urgently, because sometimes they are being punished, you know, unnecessarily, and you know, things like that, and conditions that are not right. And you know, I've spoken to a few and different things that have happened, even for the point, we had a situation, and I'll just use this one, that I had to correct within the prison, and I'm still making sure that it's being corrected. The library was taken away from them. When I got into office, that was one of the major complaints that was happening. The library was taken away from them. Notes. The OAS, they called me. We had an emergency meeting, and they said, no, that is humane. There is something, and he said that actually we went backwards. And it happened some time ago before, and I said to them there, we need to make sure that the library is open back up to the inmates, so that they can, keep themselves, because some of them in there have done 8, 10 subjects. They have done, well. They must be able, their brain, you must be able to read, they must be able to educate themselves. Yes, it is not everything is in the library, but you cannot take away that time from them. And so that is here. But I was stating concerning what I have been seeing. If we're not careful, some of these that are coming up now, are children, are now children of those who were killed or murdered before. We need to look at this case, look at it, and start examining this, and not just only the government, but all agencies, all churches, everybody get involved. If we know, for example, okay, because it's two things we're looking at, one who maybe gunned down, the other one who maybe was taken to prison, and is there for life. These are now situations that we are looking at. These are boys that are growing up. Some of them are growing up angry. And so we have a lot of work to do. And I just said, and I must be fair, government cannot do everything, right?
Correct.
But if everybody do their part, go out there, embrace, even as a neighbor, embrace another child, look out for one or two. I don't think that we will have such a situation, because the boys, Marisha, they're crying out. The boys are crying out. They're crying out for attention. They need their fathers. Yes, we survived. Some of us survived the lack of the father presence in our lives. Thank God we had strong mothers. We had other extended family, uncles, all the different stuff. But today, the family structure is not as strong. And I'm not trying to, make it sound as though we don't have it, but it's not as strong as before, because everybody now is doing the same thing. Grandmother and mother and everybody is now doing the same thing. And so sometimes the children are left. So what we have to do, let's start looking at these children going from school, because Marisha, by the time they reach primary school and by they reach high school, can I tell you, the teachers in the primary school and high school could already tell you what is going to be the outcome of these children. Let's break that cycle. Let's break that cycle. Imagine they couldn't tell you, he ain't gonna live long. He ain't on this, he ain't on that. You understand me? They already done seen it. So if the teachers can see it and all these other things, I'll say this because, one time I said, boy, something came to me and I said, within myself, I said, but if I have the power, I would have identified some of these children, with permission from their parents. And I would have, as a government, still have a program in place. Ask Taiwan to take them. Ask Cuba to take them and go, let them learn a trade or something down there. Marisha, look, I don't know if some people may say, well, we take them gone, but at the same time, you're saving their lives. They're coming back with a trade. By the time they've gone through that period of life, by the time they come back, they're going back into that, because you realize it's a certain age group, area that they go through. And that was just my thoughts, thinking out loud. I said, boy, I wish we could just ask Taiwan, ask Cuba, if they can just help us during a period of time with some of these and save their lives, because we are losing too many of our young men. And they are not, listen, some of these are gifted young men,
Yeah.
These young men are gifted on the Marisha. Look, some of them, they are good tradesmen, because people just think, oh, they're gunmen. No, I must say some of them are excellent tradesmen. But what happened? They get caught up in this, I don't know, it's a cycle, I don't know whatever it is. And sometimes they want to get out, but either society is not allowing them to come out, or the people are coming against them is not letting them come out. But we need to break this cycle. And I'm hoping, that is just me, thinking out, because I will feel if I had a son, Marisha, that is in that kind of, and I told my son, I said, look, let me tell you something, from day one, I said to him, I said, whoever gang you in, I in him. So let me know the name and whatever, and because you in a gang, I in the gang too. That's how we go. And Zanmi, let me know where I'd have a meeting, whatever it is, because I'm going to be in the gang.
Makes
right?
sense.
Because,
Makes sense.
yeah, that's just me. If you're in a gang, I'm in the gang. Right?
You know,
because I'm not going to lose you over, foolishness. You understand me? So if we can work as a community, and I know we are here to listen, but I will feel better, Marisha, as a father, to know if I have a child that is giving me issues and different stuff, that they put them in a proper program, send them somewhere, and then they come back alive, and to make a contribution,
a positive contribution. Brother Williams, while you were speaking there, reflecting on a situation. A few weeks or months back, I was invited to a barbecue event for a daycare there in Keon. I wasn't given permission to use the daycare name, but I don't think they will mind getting some promotion because they are very outstanding daycare based on my assessment. Vera's daycare over there in Loversley.
Oh yes,
area.
That has been one of the shining stars in terms of establishment within the Green Valley community.
Right. That is my view as well. And I was invited to a barbecue there, and I happened to be at the domino table, and I observed two little babies. They can't be no more than a year plus. They're not 2 years old. And they was playing rough. One of the mother was sitting there next to the table across from me. And in their rough tumble, one of them fell back. And I see the other one stretched his hands out and pull the kid up, and they hug. And I turned to the mother. I said, how did they go from this behavior to guns and fighting and killing each other? She said, that's a good question, I don't. I said, all of that to say this.
Wow.
Following that event, I was then invited to the sports day for the same daycare over at the field in Keon, and to see how they did their sports day with these young tots, and how everybody contributed, the parents and everybody was involved with the barbecue and whatever. It's like a little family in the place. And they're not getting the support they should get from government. That's one of the daycare centers that should be assisted. Because what I see there, 3 employees cannot run that daycare comfortable. There's a ratio to how much kids should be to an individual, whether a teacher, just as whether you got a hospital or a nursing home, there's a ratio of how much patients to a nurse to do proper care, right? And we here in St. Kitts Nevis, society is our problem. Society want to tell you how to live, what to do, and what not to do. And we need to do away with that. These functionaries out there that governments have put in place to run these offices, they make decisions based on who you are, who your family are, and what success you should be. They need to do away with that nonsense.
Yeah, but one of the other things that you may have to look into, because I understand clearly what you're saying, because also that, because in previous time I did run also a daycare, and so the other thing we may have to look into is the space. If she has the space to go with the numbers, because if you're going to get more workers, and I completely agree with you, there is a certain amount of workers per amount of children, but also the space. I don't no, I know where she used to be some time ago. I don't know if she's still at the same location. But this space also is something that they look at in terms of looking at the amount of children and also the amount of teachers. But I agree with you, and this is one of the I remember at a forum that I think I saw you there one time at the same forum, and there were certain things that were being talked about in terms of the area of even the what is this, a STEP program. And I'm hoping I'm giving them a chance to really, because I think they said they're going to some making the system much better and stuff like that. But one of the things that really that we need to look into, this is just me speaking, because for example, I think, and before I even got into this office, I was told of establishments who have workers on the STEP program over 5 years. And I'm being very gracious in saying 5 years. Some person have been on the STEP program even longer than that. Mario, I have a serious problem. And, as the ombudsman, I know I can't look into private entity. But if you have had a worker working with you for so long, come on. And I'm just looking, I know that's something we have to empower and help. But if we are, and I'm just saying that if we have to be looking at, our government agency has to be looking after established businesses for life. I believe after a period of time, STEP office, and I'm not talking about assessment, because I cannot be giving you workers and then you're coming out by the end of the year telling us how much profits you have made. Employ the person. One of the things that look, and I'm going to say this, because I know we don't want to say too much on this one, but a lot of persons, what additional benefits are given to these persons who are on STEP program? Is it that government again gonna have to come up to some sort of package after they have served, not the government, but they have served in private entities? I believe there should be an assessment over a period of time. I'm not saying just cut off, because some of them businesses, they're not doing well, right? Some of them just struggling. But what happened to businesses that can and is doing well? I think after a while, man, employ the people. Because what is happening thing right now, right? And that is why you're saying what you said with the daycare. Because if you check now, you may find out another daycare who was just lucky, and I said lucky. They have even more than, they might have 2 cleaners. They have more people in the same program. And you over there trying to get one and can't get the one. And so, and I'm gonna say this because these are things that needs to be looked into, because, for example, come on, man. After a while, you're supposed to be able to tell the person, look, we have on our records, we see that you've been having workers here for over 5 years, 10 years on these programs. Are you going to keep this person permanent? Are you going to take them on permanent, or you're going to ask them to go and serve somewhere else? No, man. I mean,
we are on the same we are on the same page with that, Brother Williams, because
my heart ain't too right with this when it comes to that one. And I had to say, because what is happening right now, and you're seeing now a lot, and I tell people, if I had to tell you the volume, and one time I had to meet with certain entities there, and I said to them, I'm getting too much complaints from that program, right? And I did make recommendation. I said there's too much complaints that are coming in. Now, what you might be looking at right now is that, okay, we have a program. There are new businesses that are coming up because government, in order for empowerment and for opportunities, new businesses are going to be coming on stream. You're having new businesses coming on stream. These are people taking risk. They're looking at stuff, and you heard it because you were at the forum, right? And people saying they cannot get in. Why they cannot get in? Because the program has been filled with persons who already and entities, I think, who can afford. It comes up, no, because Marisha, if you have to understand, I'm not trying to be whatever, because as I said, I'm my area and I'm going to stay within my role. But this is exactly what is happening, because people would be calling my office. They're calling my office and say, please look into this for me. Please look into this for me, because I applied this and then, so the program in itself is going to have to be looked into, and to make sure that they are not persons or entities who are profiting off of the program while others are suffering.
Correct.
And I only said that because that came out in a forum that I know was nearly public, right? and there are concerns. There are concerns that people are having out there. Otherwise, what is going to be happening? You're going to be, persons are going to be complaining a lot, because it seems as though a program that is supposed to be helping, all of a sudden, when they apply, it is no more accessible. Right. And we have to be very careful. When I said we, because I am there to make sure to listen and to hear what is going on. And because you are at the thing, and that's what you just said, that the person wants to get more workers, but apparently it seems as though they cannot get any more, or maybe the space is not there or whatever. But I think one of those areas that and if me, I can't, I do my work that I'm supposed to do with this, but that is an area that definitely I may have a little concern over in the upcoming term, if I should say that, in the upcoming year. That's an area that I really would like to find out, different stuff like that, because, and we have to be fair. What is happening? And I'm hearing persons coming and they're saying it seems as though somebody either don't like them, somebody picking and choosing who, and in other words, when it comes to entities, is there a proper roster, in terms of a system in place by numbers, so I know I have this number coming down, so that you don't take your friend who just bring in your application, because these are things that the ombudsman has to investigate,
All right.
I am not saying it's happening, but the people on the road is thinking, and these are the complaints I am getting on a daily basis, that somebody maybe take it. So to ease the fear of people, have a proper numbering system in place. Now they are doing the upgrade. Have a proper numbering system, so it comes by either areas that persons are looking for in terms of jobs, appointments, in terms of numbering, in terms of when the applications came in, and all the other stuff. Otherwise, there will always be this feeling going on that somebody is trying to stop them from getting what they ought to be getting. And I only say this because, as I said to you, it is something that I think, because it was nearly a public entity and talk, I said that we need to make sure that that is looked into. And my advice would be, while they're doing whatever they need to do right now, fix that area in terms of making sure that the public that they're serving don't feel as though that they've been victimized in any way, because there's not a transparent, transparent process in terms of how persons are given or selected to go to different businesses. And that's all I will say on that, because that's just an area. And for those persons who reached out publicly, who have been saying certain things, and even forums that I was present, those are some of the matters that I will be looking into. Yes, those who spoke to me privately, I can't really say nothing on that. But those who have mentioned, because one of the things that the Act also states that there are sometimes there are areas of investigation that has to be carried out in the public's interest. For example, it may not be a private citizen who brings the complaint, but for example, there might be concern that is being raised over and over again on talk shows, right? Different ones, people talking about things, and it's a buzz out there. The Act says the ombudsman have to, or should, or if he doesn't want to, but if it's in the public's interest, start to put an ear to it and finding out exactly what's happening, right? Because it is something that of great concern, because people will talk, people are mischievous, yes, but sometimes there are some truths, maybe after we remove the noise and the dust, there might be some a sincere complaint.
The truth is beneath the surface, Mr. Williams.
Yeah.
It's right beneath the surface, you just have to find it. And to back up what you just said a while ago about putting a structure in place that everybody get a fair share. The Prime Minister and I had the same conversation, and that is what he said to me. And I am of that view. I am not familiar with the operation of this STEP process, but my view of this STEP process, if you're gonna have areas such as a daycare or a school or any business out there that is having these workers, those workers should be going there to learn a trade, to operate and move on. As you said, nobody should be on STEP for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. Okay, we're on the same page with that. But I can also say to you that I have business owners that come to me and complain that some of the STEP employees that are sent to their businesses, they come there, they're lazy. They don't come to work several days of the week. And the one day they might come into work, one girl must be tell the owner that her boyfriend is sick, so she can't work today. What? Not her baby is sick, her boyfriend is sick. So she cannot come to work today. I have heard the complaints. There's mechanic shops or body shops where people come and step, and individuals don't show up for days. And then they carry the papers to be signed off and to get paid, and because the paper is not signed off on, the whole family want to kill the individual. It's so many complaints. That's why I said to you that you and I share more than you think, because you might be paid as an ombudsman, but I get the complaints daily. And I can assure you after this program,
but
we get the calls.
Being fair, Marisha, is because sometimes, a lot of times when we deal with programs, especially when programs are introduced and it is more politically motivated than really to empower the individual. Because when you want to empower individuals to learn a trade, the empowerment programs and these kind of stuff, at the end of the day, I don't think that any government should have, and I hope that we are not looking at what we call a begging state, where we always
you all created that under the former administration. So don't say you hope we are not. We had it. We're trying to fix it.
Okay. I'll let you state whatever you're stating on that. But I'm just hoping
you don't have to respond. But I am telling you that it was a transactional arrangement for 7.5 years, and you don't have to get into the political realm. But this is reality. I'll tell you
But we
something.
can't, but even with that, that cannot work, and that will not work for the citizens. For example, no, it can't work.
Can't work,
And
but I'm just saying we had it.
It can't work. Can't work. We have to learn, and this is why these entities, for example, the Office of the Ombudsman, the Commissioner of Information is set up to make sure that, you know, the persons out there, they have a voice, they have someone that they could, relate to in terms of, making sure that their complaints or whatever issues they're having, that somebody, they can have an advocate. And so that is what it's all about. Really and truly, as what just stated, we do not want to have a begging state. We want to have persons empowered at the end of the day, that they can own their own business, they can, live their own lives. And I think that is what we need as a society, as a people, so that at the end of the day, we have a more progressive country. That when me and you have gone off the scene, we can say, boy, we have the next generation can take up and continue, and build, the legacy of St. Kitts and Nevis. If we do not put those things in place, what is going to become of the good St. Kitts and Nevis that we know? I mean, I don't even want to see and imagine what will happen down. And that is why I'm calling upon our young men to move away from crime and move away from violence. And I want to say to all of us, let us make the playing field level so that opportunities can be given to me and given to others. Let's help one another. So that, and this is it. That is why I am kind of, I'm sort of delighted to be here and also to act in this appointment as an ombudsman. The reason why I just sometimes have to remind, persons within government, ease down the pressure. Take it down. This is not for you now to go score personal beef with people, and me and them used to get it out before and all. No, listen. When you get home, deal with that at home. Do not use your office within government to deliberately, and I said deliberately, and if you hear what I just said, I said deliberately stop and block people. It is not fair. It is not nice. Be kind, be kind. Those who have been elevated to high areas within the government services, be kind, to one another. And, and one of the things I tell people, I do not know, I don't know if it's something amongst our black people. All of a sudden, when they get a little position, they all of a sudden, the shoulders too broad.
They have arrived. They have arrived.
Yeah, they have arrived, and they don't treat people right. They, the delay. They see the things there to be signed off, and they say 3 weeks, 3 months. They ain't signing it. And if you ain't careful, sometimes the document
disappear.
And I said to people, come on, with those kind of behavior, how could you sleep at night? How could you really sleep at night doing people those things? And then we are calling upon the guys on the street to tell them, oh, you don't do this. But let's call upon all of us to use our offices to help people, to aid people, rather than to punish people. I think, and I'm going to say this, we need to stop, those of us who are in areas, those who are in areas of position, do not use government offices to punish citizens. No. Because sometimes government is the only thing left that some individual have to lean on. And so do not use it. Don't do it. Don't do it. And so I'm calling upon all of us. I'm calling upon all of us. I remember when I went to one office, Marisha, there was a good friend of mine, me and the person good now. And when I went to the office, I won't give the gender. The person, because they realized I wasn't an easy cookie. And the person said to me, I don't hear about you, you know. I said, I hope what you heard are they're good things. Because I think what happened is that they thought that I would have put up a defense and changed my demeanor and attitude. And when I left there, I said, look, we are going to be friends. We are going to do the work that we need to do. Whatever you were told of me, I am just here to make sure that at the end of the day, the citizens' rights are preserved and protected. And that's all I'm going to be doing. When I finish here, Marisha, I want to be able to continue as people look at me as a man of God. I don't want them to think that, you know, because it is very distasteful that people will see you as a man of God and, oh, he cooked the lion, different stuff. That does not, you know, it doesn't become of the office. And so I came into this office with a relationship with Jesus Christ, and I will leave this office with my relationship with Jesus Christ. I'm here to serve. I'm here because it's all about the kingdom of God. It is to serve. You know, many people think that the only service that people can do for God is in the church. But when you're taught differently, I let people know that we can serve God in different areas. Even you're here being an advocate. Maybe some people may not like you, some people like you, but you are here and you are bringing what? You're bringing information, you're giving people an opportunity. You're not here cussing and going on with whatever. And all that you're doing is that somebody's listening. You may not be preaching from and saying John 3:16 and you're not doing that. But all of us must know and understand our service to humanity, our service. And I want to end by saying this. Human beings was so important to God that he sent his only son to die. If that is not importance, hello, I know maybe looking out of that, but it's because people, and I always tell young leaders and young pastors, people are important. You know, some people feel as, oh, the church, no entity can really run properly without people. And so people, we must look after the product called people. Treat people wonderful. Treat them nice. Be respectful to people. You understand? And we are going to have a better world. At the end of the day, I'm no big shot. You know, even though they gave me a title, you know, I've just completed. So in the next few weeks, you'll be the first to know. In the first few weeks, you might be hearing something else adding on to behind my name, but that doesn't change who I am. Yes, I have just finished some additional studies, and so we are moving. But with all of that said, I am just a humble soul. I'm just a humble soul from the Green Valley area, right? They said to us, and I'm going to tell you this, Marisha, when I was going to school, because we were in Keyon, but where we live in Keyon, I grew up in this shanty town or the Stony Gut area, right? That's what you call the sugar belt. That's the sugar belt of Keyon because the estate, Cunningham Estate, was right there. And can I say to you, Marisha, that they didn't have no high regards for persons who were coming out of that area. They said to us, only cane cutters and tractor drivers was coming out of that area. You hear what I'm telling you, Marisha? That's what they said to us, right? And that's the area that I came from, and I'm humbled with what God has given unto me, given me an opportunity to serve my people, and I'm going to do the best that I can. If you have any concerns out there, I don't care what color you wear or who you are. If there's any concerns, and it is worthy of looking into, because not all cases I can look into, but even if I cannot, for example, persons who bring cases to me, cases of offense, so what I do is
Brother Williams, your audio is fading. So if you cannot fix your audio, I would like you to log out and log back in because I want you to have a good wrap up.
okay.
So
No, it's fading.
your audio went way down.
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
No.
Okay, let me see.
That seems to be a little better. I don't know if you touch something there.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So I would like.
Correct. You're back. You're back.
Yes. I would just like to thank you, very much for, inviting me to be a part of your program. I really appreciate sharing with the citizens and with the persons around the world, because I know that your scope is you have a range. Your range is huge. So we want to thank you very much, and definitely this won't be the last, because we will have to come back to give updates and different stuff like that, so that especially when the new legislation in terms of the amendments to the act, when that is completed, then we will come back to share with the citizens what's really going on. So I'm grateful to serve you. As I was saying before, if you have any issues, complaints out there with entities, and I'm talking about government agencies, offices, individuals, you feel as though that you're not being served properly, then you can always see my office. Right now, and I tell people, just be a little respectful. I tell people, don't call my number at 3 o'clock in the morning. But I tell people, as a pastor, yes, I am open up for certain calls, because if I realize my phone is ringing off the hook, then I will get up, because it might be emergency. But if it's not emergency, because as a pastor, people can call at any time. Yes, that is the role. I've had to leave my bed and go hospital, different and different locations, because there are persons who need help. So that is the call. But for the office of the ombudsman, actually just give until daylight is up and out, and so we can engage you properly when it comes to that area. And we will listen to you. We will try our best to see what we can do. If you want to send us an email, you can take down this email address. It is the office of the Ombudsman. So it's Office of the Ombudsman at gov.kn. And I'll go over that again, Office of the Ombudsman at gov.kn. And Marisha, I have no problem giving persons. Right now, we are still setting up the number for the office. I can give my number. Can I tell people when you're serving, I have no problem serving at all. So my number is 764-2085. And you can WhatsApp me if you need, and then we could start the process from there. Then there is, you'll come to the office, we'll have you fill out a little form, giving us authorization to investigate on your, investigate your matter, because there will have to be that dialogue, because I can't start investigating and then later on you say that you didn't tell me to investigate. So we normally, because of what we saw in the act, we normally have persons to sign just a form just stating that we're giving the Ombudsman authorization, so that when I write on your behalf. So, for example, we have had persons have had some issues with Social Security, and I have written to them concerning the person and whatever, and because I'm authorized. So those are some of the areas, not just only that, customs, wherever, water department, electricity, any one of those entities that government have, even development bank, have shares in or control over, is under the supervision, if you could say, of the Ombudsman. I cannot fix everything, but I will try my best to see how much I can assist. And definitely, if I can't do anything further, I will come back to the person and let them know. I must thank all of those persons who have seen it fit and put in the confidence in me. Those who we have gotten some successful outcomes. We want to thank them very much. And I want to thank all of the heads of departments and directors of the entities, government organizations. Thank you very much for aiding me and for answering and for working with our office. Great. Even though Marisha, the act has a very, let me say this, the act can give the Ombudsman a heavy arm. That is not my approach, but there were times that I've had to write some very strong letters to heads of departments to let them know the role and work of the Ombudsman, and also the penalties, because if persons are not agreeing or working with, the act gives me the responsibility to table a special report before Parliament. We have never had to resort to that because by the time persons now realize that I've written the second letter and letting them know I've given them the 20 days that the act states that they need to address this matter and have this recommendation done. The act says 20 days. And after that, I will give them another warning, another opportunity to get that thing remedied. But most persons, by the time they hear that, they start to look, because it's very serious if he has to go to Parliament, because it means that that special report has to be read into the records of Parliament, and it means that whoever head of department that is, their names will be mentioned, the case will be mentioned, and their failure of the failure to do their work will be public knowledge.
Okay, Brother Williams, could you just repeat your number again? I have Brother Cozy here and the Sister Island standing by to come with some information. I really needed you to give a little prayer for the nation and for DJ Marisha before you leave. Do you have a minute to hang with me?
Yes, I will. Yeah.
Okay, if you could just close your mic, hang with me. Give your number again first before you close the mic.
My number is 764-2085.
Repeat it. Repeat it.
764-2085. You can reach me there, and we can discuss from there. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Just stand by for me. Brother Cozy, stop your screen, open your mic, please, sir.
Hi, good night.
Good night, King. Thanks for the hour wait. I mean, I lose your picture again. But
you're not seeing.
No, you touched something again. You're playing around with something there all evening.
No. I haven't touched anything. Can you hear me?
I could hear you, but your picture went off screen.
Okay, I don't know. Are you seeing it now?
No.
No.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to give you a chance to bring your picture back up. I know the pastor don't listen to Calypso, so let me drop this one in the meantime so that you could fix your screen.
Sitting down under a tree, he said, Lord God, I want you to help me with a big word a tourist tell me. The man says St. Kitts other place is unique, but he sound to me like he was talking Greek. So tell me, God, and a different scene. When the man say unique, what he mean? And hear how I tell him, only in St. Christopher, in Tabernacle, a bad man hold up the police station. Only in St. Christopher, the sergeant and all jump the window and run. The man out and bail, walking round with a gun. And all the people in Tabernacle dare not speak. So a situation like this is unique. Come on!
Are they rapping with the man? What goes in the
king, you teach monarch and start in how to sing. You have such an excellent memory and a mind like a dictionary. Your little explanation is so clear. Once again, my brain is now in gear. So one more time, give me a beat of the proper meaning of the word unique. And here I tell him, only in St. Christopher, I just say how we disappointed with our age. killer guilty. Only in St. Christopher. If you is spam, you got the case, or you could leave the country. You will never get the justice that you seek. So a legal system like this is unique. Mackie say, me boy, what you say is true. Every sensible man must agree with you. The word unique in every case means something you find only in this place. So tell me now and proceed with care. Come close to me and whisper in my ear. If think it is so unique for true, do we have a prime minister that is unique too? And here I tell him, only in St. Christopher. Prime Minister reaching late and he works with those who come early. Only in St. Christopher. He gets up on All Fools Day and he suddenly fire my king. Only in St. Christopher. He ain't got no explanation to give to nobody. But if he doing all this to prove that he is not weak, then a prime minister like ours is unique. Come on. Ooh. I want to feel you. You feel me? He say I should be in politics, that plenty things around here would get fixed. I say I think I am doing much more good to sell poor people reasonable food. But he come my miss up and we had a beer to celebrate Christmas and New Year. But he start up again about this word unique. So one more time I had to speak, and here I tell him, only in St. Christopher. Quarter pound of onion campaigning daily. Only in St. Christopher. The other fella definitely tipsy. Only in St. Christopher. Plenty waiting for them anytime they're ready. And all the time this country sailing up the creek. That tourist fella was right. We unique. Bye-bye. Woo. Ay, ay, ay. Good.
Sound of the man Lord Cut. St. Kitts Nevis is very unique, and we have a very unique gentleman online with us this evening. I want to say a special good evening and welcome back, Brother Cozier from our sister island of Nevis here. Good evening, Brother Cozier.
Good evening, DJ Mary Show, and thank you for inviting me back to your show. I want to congratulate you for doing a wonderful work. I just learned from your previous show, your previous recorded show with the good ombudsman, that you have been in the Federation for 8 months. I did not know that. So, and I heard your explanation in relation to why. So that seems to be a very, very honorable thing that you have done in terms of obeying that suggestion to, be here, to be on the ground, to observe what's going on and record it in your interviews as you go throughout the country. And we have met in the famous village of Fountain recently at Cabos, where we had some embellishments that that gentleman would have provided us. So I know that you have traversed throughout the country. It's not an empty thing that you say when you say that. So I want to thank you again. And before I begin, I want to reiterate my condolences to the family of the late Brother Gilbert Phillip. He was laid to rest today in Nevis. He is one of the founding members of the Nevis Reformation Party. He had a very wonderful, I would say, send-off this morning in Nevis at the church there at Marion Heights, Nevis. And he was someone who served Nevis and helped to build Nevis, as was said in the various speeches and tributes that were done there. And he leaves to mourn a number of children. And I would like just to, in showing my honor and sympathy for the family, to name those children and the wife, Valerie Phillip, sons Kyrick Phillip, who is in Taiwan at the moment studying, Gerard Brown, Steve Phillip, who is abroad, Ian Tusclaxton, Dean Brown, Kyron and Kyle Phillip at home, and daughters Vernerine Hanley Dick, Gloria Esdale, Wendy Powell abroad, Inelda Claxton, and Rhonda Claxton at home. So I want to, and a number of adopted children, sons-in-law, including Joseph Esdale and Iverson Dick, and a number of brothers-in-law, sisters-in-law, and of course the friends and family of the Nevis Reformation Party.
Nice.
Now,
before you
yes.
get into it, Brother Cozy, I would like you to give a quick synopsis of yourself, because we have various people come online for the first time weekly. So I know you've been here in the past, but for the purpose of those folks online, and I know my boy, Brother Ivor Henry, is there enjoying the overtime. So let's give him everything.
Well, first of all, I want to also say that I do not mind being on the overtime show. I know that we had planned to have the show from 6 to 8, but I've made other arrangements in terms of my time, and I do not mind being on the overtime. I appreciate your extension of that graciousness to allow me to do this. I am Dwight Clayton Cozier. I was born in Fountain Village. I went to school at Combermere till the age of 12, went to the Charlestown Secondary School, and later I got into business and studied law in the University of Wolverhampton, where I, in England, in London at first, and then the University of Wolverhampton, where I did a first degree and a master's degree in international corporate and financial law. And I work as a corporate law consultant to the firm of Cozier and Associates, where my wife is the principal. We have a small practice. The website is www.cozierlaw.com. And we have been working since, I believe, 1998, when that firm was formed. So it's about 24 years or so now, 26 years this year, actually. We have worked together to help the community as much as we can in Nevis. We have taken our the first case that this firm did was a pro bono case that was supposed to have been a divorce case. And we, in fact, work with the husband and wife, and they are still husband and wife today. So we actually got them to change their mind, and they did not go forward with the divorce. And up to today, they're still married, and that was 26 years ago. They were already married for some years. So that was something that we thought, even though we did not benefit from the pay that would have ensued from representation of that divorce, we in large feel a lot more fulfilled, and that we have done a good turn to those people so that they are still together in holy matrimony as we speak tonight, DJ Marisha. So that is the synopsis. I served with the Nevis Reformation Party. I became a member of the Nevis Reformation Party, a student member in 1987. And in 1997, I became an executive member until 2006. I served as a junior minister in the Nevis Island administration between 2006 and 2013. And I then went back into private life in 2013, and I'm here ever since. I have interest in certain businesses, including the Penny's Hotel Development Limited. And this is something that, that company, in fact, is one of the reasons why I had to file the lawsuit in misfeasance in public office against the Attorney General to begin with, just in his capacity as the representative of the government in Nevis. So I have no complaints personally against the office of the Attorney General, but because Mr. Brantley, the Premier of Nevis, Mark Brantley, and Minister Spencer Brand are part of the government construct, and he is the representative of government according to law, I had to include him in the lawsuit. And in my first visit to you on this show, I think this was a year ago or so.
Just over a year.
About 6 months, about a year ago. I would have given you the background. Since then, we have had a recusal of the judge that had sat on the first hearing of the claim, and we have moved on. And just to give you an idea of what the claim is, I want to read from the recent judgment that was issued by the court in, I believe it was around the sometime last month, this judgment was issued. I'm not seeing the date readily coming to me here, but the claim was a fixed date claim form and alleged that the conduct of the persons involved, that's the two defendants, Brantley and Brand, Premier Brantley and Minister Brand, while acting as public officers, clearly on the evidence abused the powers given to them under oath as public officers in the Nevis Island administration. This is the claim, and I'm reading from paragraph 15 of the judgment, that the abuse of their powers was demonstrated by deliberate acts or deliberate omissions to act by the applicants in this matter, because they applied to strike out the claim as public officers with the knowledge that the acts or omissions were wrongful, or that they acted with recklessness as to whether or not their acts or omissions were wrongful and damaging to myself and the company, My name appears there, but there was an amendment ordered by the court to include the company, that's Pinnis Hotel Development Limited. And that's for persons who know are not familiar with that company. That's the company that owns the Pinnis Beach Hotel. The Pinnis Beach Hotel is one of the historic hotels on the island of Nevis. It's been there for a very long time. It was owned by the Nichols family, and there was a buyover in 2005 of that property. That the applicants acted in bad faith. That is one of the elements of the public law tort that they were sued under, and that the applicants knew that their acts or omissions would probably injure the company or myself, or were recklessly indifferent as to the risk of injury at the time of the misfeasance and malfeasance as claimed committed by them in the course of their public service. So that those are the skeletal points in relation to the claim itself. And the claim claims in part that the benefit, one of my claims is that the benefit received by Mr. Brand when the federal government of St. Kitts and Nevis approved some $44 million worth of shares issued by Mr. Brand's company and hotel development project amounted to such an interest in a government contract, which is contrary to law, to a law prescribed by Parliament, in that the said interest so held was contrary to the Integrity in Public Life Ordinance, and that it was the motivation for Mr. Brand to willfully and deliberately refuse to keep his promise or assurance as a minister and public official to respond to very important correspondence sent by me on a matter that was critical for the company's project, to the ultimate detriment, damage, and economic loss of the company and myself as a shareholder and director of the company, which owns the project. So that is basically the crux of the allegation that we have ministers of government who here in Nevis who, unbeknownst to the public, have involved in their own developments. And in doing so, my claim at least alleges that these ministers, this minister of government, Mr. Brand, in this case, failed or refused to respond to correspondence that I wrote to him in relation to the project of the company that I'm involved with. And my allegations are that the motivation for such failure or refusal for him to have responded would have been because he himself was a competitor, unbeknownst to me, unbeknownst to the company, and that as a competitor, he had no motivation, he had no desire to respond to my correspondence and so assist or help my company's project as you know would be the normal situation, the normal case under normal circumstances. So these are the main allegations. And then if you look at I believe paragraph 34, you would see that because of what was done, not just by Mr. Brand and his failure in the circumstances to respond to correspondence that I sent him, but also the actions of Mr. Brantley, the Premier, and actually the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time, to assist Mr. Brand by approving or sitting in the federal cabinet at the time this project was approved for shares. And so paragraph 34 speaks to the fact that the defendants are sued in their capacities as ministers of the NIA. And this, I'm reading from the judgment, actually. Sued in their capacities of ministers of the NIA and in their personal capacities. So they're not just sued as ministers, but they're sued in the personal capacities. And by virtue of Part 56, this is a technical point, but Part 36 of the rules deals with applications for declarations in which a party is the state, a court, a tribunal, or any other public body. So, and I want to just pause here a minute and say that I want to reflect briefly on what the ombudsman, I believe is Mr. Williams, if I'm not.
Yeah, Mr. Williams.
Yes, was saying that he spoke about good governance, and part of that need for good governance is to look out for your neighbor, as he said. He very correctly pronounced on that, and he said, as an ombudsman, this includes the basic care for your neighbor, recognizing that we are one community. And those are very strong words coming from somebody like that. I listened to him very attentively while I was off in the waiting room. And he has made some very salient points in relation to the way public order and public decency should be in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. This hotel, the hotel that I'm talking about, is the second largest hotel on the island of Nevis. It has 50 rooms. The next hotel to this hotel with 196 rooms is the Four Seasons Hotel. So this is not by any stretch of the imagination any trifling or flighty matter. This is a major development, a major property on the island of Nevis, and the actions and the conduct and the pattern of behavior exhibited by Brantley and Brand have been looked at by the judge in these proceedings, and she has said just that. She has said that, in response to the 12 points of strike out that their applications brought, all of which were rejected, she has said that these are the claim speaks to patterns of behavior, patterns of conduct, and there are documents some 209 pages of affidavit evidence, including documents as exhibits, to prove the conduct and the pattern of behavior of these two ministers on the island of Nevis. And so they in response, they submit that there are no provisions in Part 56 for me to bring any action against them in their personal and private capacities. And she said, the judge states that, as stating them, that it is the rules from which the court derives its jurisdiction. Therefore, the applicant submit that it stands to reason that my claim is a non-starter, as nowhere is it established under Part 56 of the rules that the court has jurisdiction to grant relief against private individuals. So in their defense, they're saying, look, whether or not we did what is alleged to have been done, you can't sue us in our private capacities because we're acting as public officials. But this is what the court says at paragraph 37, that the applicant's submission on this point ignores the fact that the applicants are sued as ministers of government as well as in their personal capacities. I agree with Mr. Cozier's position on the issue. Based on the allegations against the applicants in their capacities as public officials, I am satisfied that they are proper parties to the claim, at least as ministers. And the reason she says that, at least as ministers, because if you are elected as a minister, you're a public official and you're expected to act within a scope and a remit as a public official. If you act outside that scope, if you were to do something outside the remit of your scope, of your oath of office, you have acted what the law calls ultra vires. And as if you act ultra vires, then you are entitled to be sued in your personal capacity and can, in fact, have personal liability attached to you. And that is something that is very well known in law, in that if, for instance, you are hired as a police officer and you have the Police Act to guide you as a police officer, and you step outside the remit of the Police Act, you just suppose you meet someone and who you had some type of private problems with, some type of pre-existing quarrel, and you were to use the opportunity of being in police uniform and beat that person to death, or beat that person senseless, maim that person, beat that person up, assault that person, then you're not only the government opens itself up for a misfeasance action in public law for the actions of that person, but that person is also privately responsible for his actions, because the government didn't hire him. The police commissioner didn't hire him to carry out a private quarrel in his police clothes. And that is the same thing that has happened here in this case with Brantley and Brand. Here is Brand with a private development of his own. He has admitted in his speeches that he, as a private developer, has negotiated with the St. Kitts Investment Promotion Agency, SKIPA, and in that vein, he is acting as a private person. And this is an admission. Nobody is making this up on him. This is basically what he said in his own speech, which is videotaped and transcribed, and is an exhibit in these proceedings. So he has identified himself, and I can read here from what he has said. This is his speech that he made, Mr. Brand. Over the subsequent years, there was correspondence between myself and SKIPA regarding the scope of his development and the number of shares in particular. Excerpts from a letter dated March 21st from a Mistress Dorietta Freights as the Investment Facilitation Director of the SKIPA, the St. Kitts Investment Promotion Agency. And then he went on to quote what the lady wrote to him, and that there was a back and forth correspondence between them. So that is proof that he was negotiating as a private individual with the St. Kitts Investment Promotion Agency.
While in the local NIA.
While sitting
in government.
Yes. And not only is he sitting in a cabinet in the Nevis Island administration, but he's sitting in a cabinet and he's taking aim in a very malicious manner at another brother. And I like the way, DJ Marisha, that you refer to myself as brother. I do too think of you as my brother. And I want to encourage your listeners, everyone listening, to think of ourselves as our brothers and sisters. And that way we know that when we ask the question, am I my brother's keeper? We know what the answer is. We are our brothers and our sisters' keeper. And if we are to allow greed and treachery to creep into our lives, to creep into the public office, the sanctity of public offices in these islands of St. Kitts and Nevis, then the game is over. We're done. Because that is what seemed to have happened here. That what we have is a very pervasive type of malice that has crept into our public offices in Nevis. And where you have individuals who are using their public offices to ensure that their brothers and their sisters do not survive economically. And one of them happened to be the Minister of Economic Affairs. That is the Premier. And if he were to take aim in a hypothetical situation, if he were to take aim as the Minister of Economic Affairs against a perceived enemy's project, a person who he doesn't like, a person who he has some type of malice or envy or hatred for, then that's the end of that person, because he has ultimate power as the Premier in Nevis. He can do what he likes. And so that is the situation we find ourselves in. This project, DJ Marichaud had written to the Premier and had given the Premier, based on the contracts we had signed with partners outside of St. Kitts Nevis, the guarantee that in terms of the project plans, the contracting partners, that we had, who are now, we don't have them anymore, but the contracting partners were of the view that they could provide a minimum of 375 guests per week into this project. Through a minimum of 375 guests. That's 1,500 guests per month. And because of the networking of the Margaritaville St. Somewhere brand, and I'm talking about Margaritaville St. Somewhere, the brand, and Charisma Hotels, Inc. They have hotels in Jamaica, in the Bahamas, in Mexico, in all of the southern South American peninsula, and in Jamaica, in some parts of the Caribbean. And based on this network of hotels, what they have guaranteed in the contracts we signed was that they could provide a minimum of 375 heads into this hotel weekly. And this is not a matter of seasonal guests as well, because as they related to us, in South America and Central America, August, our off season of August, September, July, I think from June, starting from June, July, August, September, happens to be their winter. So whereas we at the moment rely on tourism from North America and Europe, where their winter is at the end of the year, around November, January, December, February, March. Here we have in South America, Latin America, we had a promise of guests coming in, or an assurance, because this was a contract that they signed, which is in evidence, of guests coming in the amount of 375 persons, 375 heads, and this is a minimum figure per week. And so when you extrapolate the figures, the economic advantage that Nevis would have benefited from this project, you're talking about millions, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. And this is what these gentlemen have, damaged. This is what they have taken away from the people of Nevis. This is what they have deprived this little island state of Nevis of. The opportunity to have a development, a realistic development that can attract millions of dollars through guests coming in. And so I felt, DJ Marichaud, that it would be remiss of me to not take action, to simply sit down and say, let it slide. And I have done that a number of times. I've said, let it slide, let us move on, let us try something else. And that is my nature. But in this case, when I looked at what Nevis would have lost from what Brantley and Brand's actions would have been, I thought, no, the court needs to look into this. This needs to be properly scrutinized by judicial eyes, and a decision need to be made on these people. And so I've gone to court. I made the lawsuit, and lo and behold, they came with applications to strike. And what an application to strike is when you make a claim. If you put a lawsuit, you make a claim against somebody, a lawyer can bring an application to strike it out, for the court to look at it and say, no, this is of no merit. This is devoid of merit. This is meritless. And therefore, the court strikes it out, throws it out from before the court. And this is what they were inviting the court to do. And they brought some 12 points. And the court said, absolutely not. This is an application. This is a lawsuit that has merit and can, in fact, sustain sustain a trial. And so, and this is what the court concluded that much at paragraph I think, yes, at paragraph 99. They talk about, he said, the allegations in this claim are directed at Brantley and Brand in relation to their conduct as ministers of the NIA. Notwithstanding the fact that several facts in a prior claim are repeated here, because I had the occasion to have sued them in a different claim and won a substantial part of it. There is another part that I'm appealing with that claim. The judge says, I do not agree that this claim is a relitigating of that claim, because that's one of the points they made, that I was somehow relitigating or bringing up some old stuff that had been litigated on already. They said, oh, you're simply relitigating the old stuff. And the court said, I do not agree that this claim is a relitigating of that claim. The court went on to say, it appears to me that certain facts relied on by Mr. Cozier in the previous claim are repeated in the instant claim. And this is the reason: to show a pattern of behavior or conduct in satisfying the ingredients of misfeasance in public office, which he must prove to ground his allegations. For example, bad faith. Bad faith is one of the things that must be proved. Abuse of powers. Abuse of powers by deliberate acts or omissions to act. And that is what an abuse of power is. When you're in a public office and you get a complaint, suppose you're a policeman and 2 a.m. in the morning, you get a call from a private citizen saying, help, I live at Ramsbury. I am being attacked, or there is something that is ailing me. What do you do as a police officer getting that call? You say to that person, I acknowledge your call. I will respond shortly and put down the phone, or I will come to your aid shortly. And you put down the phone, and then that person suffers throughout the night, and maybe the next morning you get there, or somebody else gets there, and that person is dead. God forbid. But that is the situation with a minister of government who fails to respond. And not only did Mr. Brand fail to respond, Mr. Brand assured me that he had acknowledged receipt of the letter and that he would respond in detail shortly, although he was very cavalier with his salutation at the end of the email that he sent me. It was cheers. as if we were having a drink over at Cabo's and we were knocking glasses. That is the cavalier attitude that Mr. Brand demonstrated in his response. So here you have a minister of government, and not just any normal minister of government, but a minister of government who has a hotel called the Atlantic View Hotel and Resorts, Nevis. And if you Google that, you can, if you have a computer nearby, just Google Atlantic View, and you will see an entire outlay. Atlantic View Hotel Nevis.com, I think it is.
I'm aware of
And
it.
Yes?
Yeah,
Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm aware of it, yeah.
You're aware of it, right. And then not only does it have that, but there is an offshore company that Mr. Brand has formed that operates in Dubai. And there's a number for that offshore company on the website. There's a number for Mr. Brand's own architectural arrangement on Government Road on the website. And I've called both numbers. And in the number that I called in Dubai, I received an answer from a salesperson ready to sell me shares. In the call that I called the local government, the local office number here in Nevis, I received an answer saying this is Brand's Architecture, Brand's Architectural Company, something to that end. But what I'm saying is that this is not something that I am talking about that was. This is something that is still up. If you look at the website, it has a time, it has a clock, a running clock, stating a countdown when it will be open at Cox Heath in Nevis. Only if you go to Cox Heath at this moment. Well, I wouldn't encourage you to go at this moment in the night because you're going to be going through a lot of darkness. There is not even a jot or a tittle of a hotel at Cox Heath. So in truth and in fact, this is a complete mirage that Mr. Brand is advertising at Cox Heath and selling shares in Dubai on it. Shares that were approved by the federal government. And so this lawsuit was not brought in any type of flippant.
Brother Coetzee.
Yes.
That's correct. Those shares was approved by the previous administration.
Was approved by the Timothy Harris administration.
Okay,
And
I just want to get it clear, you know, because we got people out there listening when you mention federal government. So we need to know which.
The Honorable Timothy Harris, and I shall read what is also in evidence, because as I said, there is a bundle of exhibits and pages of evidence that amount to some.
Anyway, I know there's a lot for us to talk about. So what I would like you to do in a bit is let's sum it up and let's come again, because I have the time running. We're already way over time, so we're gonna have to come again. But I just wanted to give the people an update.
A little update, yes.
And the matter. So I appreciate you taking the time and come on.
Yeah, just to refresh that part of what I just said.
Yeah.
This is a video recording that was transcribed by the court officer in St. Kitts. And he says, it refers to the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris, who said, and Mark Brantley should know better. A member of Mark Brantley's cabinet, Spencer Brand, is also a developer in the Citizenship by Investment program. And Spencer Brand project came to the cabinet supported by the NIA. It came to the cabinet supported by the NIA. Who represented the NIA in the cabinet? The Premier of Nevis, for us to give them shares. Right? Those are the allegations. I think he went on to say, I think it is about what, $44 million US. Is it that the federal government will take up 109, nearly 120 million EC to fund? And this is something that has Mr. Harris will have to appear before the court and give an explanation to the court what he meant by that. And so this is not a frivolous or vexatious lawsuit. This is a lawsuit, and I know that we're in overtime, but this is a lawsuit that is simply doing what your previous guest, the ombudsman, has just stipulated that ought to be done in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, to ensure that good governance is brought back. I think it said that the last ombudsman had been appointed in 1809. Well, this is 2024, and I'm very happy to see that there is another ombudsman appointed. But in the meantime, there is no other recourse for ministers of government who have been accused of this type of conduct. And so the court has to sort people like this out. And so this is the judgment of the court. It runs for 34 pages, and it is very, very detailed. It has not been appealed, because if it were to be appealed, it would make Mr. Brand and Mr. Brantley look very, very strange as public officials, and they would lose the appeal. I am pretty sure of that. But not only that, Mr. Brand has now filed his defense, because he had not filed a defense before. In fact, he was out of time, and the court allowed him an opportunity to file his defense. And so he has now done that and joined the issue. Mr. Brantley was served the amended claim form, and he too we're waiting for him to file his amended defense, because he did already file a defense sometime last year. So the upshot of this is that there will be a trial, and we're hoping that the trial is sooner rather than later. I know that this is a publicly charged affair, even though it deals with me as a private individual. I am not here as a member or an associate member or representative of the Nevis Reformation Party. I'm a private individual, a private citizen of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and a private resident of my island, who I proudly serve, the island of Nevis. But at the end of the day, the people who serve us must be subject to good governance. And this is not just politics speak. You know, we hear that word, that phrase bandied about in the former administration, good governance agenda, good governance this, and people like to say things like that. But what about proving good governance? And that is what we are here. That is what this lawsuit is here to do. And so I'm encouraging every member of the community of St. Kitts and the Nevis to pay attention to what is going on with this case, because it is something that the judge has found that the law is a developing law. This is not a very, it's a very unique law. Has only been one case. There's only, and I think in this skeleton, these submissions that were put before the court, there were a number of cases that were outlined to the court, and the judge actually detailed some of them at paragraph 82. Some of them are out of Canada, some of them are out of Antigua and Barbuda with the Privy Council, from the Privy Council, but one particular case called Southern Property Developers Limited and Lester Bird and others ended the career of Lester Bird. Lester Bird was the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, and that's the only case that I've found that on a public law case in this part of the world, in the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. And it appears that Mr. Brantley did not know about this case or have not learned anything in relation to this case. And so what this lawsuit is bound to do is to bring some recognition in our part of the world that public officers, ministers of government, once you direct your mind to the contemplation of public service, you must be responsible for the public. You must be responsible for every public individual, every private individual in the public that you serve. And so this is really the point of this lawsuit. There are claims made for damages, but also for declarations in relation to the conduct and behavior of Brantley and Brand. Because here was Mr. Brantley in the Federal Assembly, in the Federal Parliament of St. Kitts Nevis. He was also at the same time a member of the Nevis Island Administration, and then the Premier after 2017 of the Nevis Island Administration. Spencer Brand became a minister at the same time in 2017. And yet he is being accused. I mean, I don't know, if the former prime minister can be said to have been lying, but it seemed like that the circumstantial evidence in relation to what he said is quite telling, because he was the leader of that cabinet. And he's the one that said a submission was made in the cabinet, supported by the Nevis Island Administration. Well, who could have made that submission, DJ Marisha? Who could have made that? Maybe there was some type of bird that flew over and made the submission while they were having the cabinet. Maybe it wasn't Brantley, but
I'm going to tell you something. I have a song here to drop for you. I'm going to allow the ombudsman to come back in and drop a prayer for us and give you a chance to do your closing.
I wasn't even sure. I didn't even know that he was still around. Thank you.
He's still holding on to drop a prayer for me, because, partner, trust me, with everything that's taking place around me right now, I need some serious prayer. And the 6th of May, I got a call that wrecked my life. My adopted father, cousin, friend, compadre, whatever you want to call him, passed away in the UK.
My condolences.
We're still waiting for the date of the funeral. For the last couple of days, people see me here doing these programs, and I might look strong, but emotionally I'm a wreck. But I am here to do what I can do for the people, and I will try to do my best. So let's stand by. Brother Ombudsman, you're up. Winston Soso. Too much corruption.
We're having a problem here. Somebody stop them. Too much corruption, too much brutality. This situation should be taken seriously.
Yes, man, I know where to hide from these corrupt politicians. We got to get rid of them. Tap your screen, open your mic there, Brother Williams. And Brother Williams, you know, earlier I kind of left it off until in the end because I know your prayer will take care of me and everything I'm dealing with. But you were speaking about space in terms of any decade, that whether or not they have the space for the kids and the workers. And I do not know how you guys had it in Keon, but here in St. Paul's, down at the Church God School there, back in the 70s, the schoolroom that they had there could not house all of the kids. It was way too much people. So when they finished with the morning assembly, everybody end up under a coconut tree, a baby coconut tree, a breadfruit tree, a guava tree, whatever tree, and we learned well. You see what I come? I was under a breadfruit tree. I ended up becoming a certified electrician, hazmat trainer, and all kind of things.
Not going to happen today. You know, that's
everybody wants air conditioning today.
But not only that, if you do that today, all kind of international agencies will come in.
I understand. I just have to try that one in there, you know, to let them know that we did not have the luxury, and look at what we became, right?
That is true.
And they have the luxury today, and they're coming out as gunmen and criminals. So I want you to do your pastor thing and bring some blessings on the Federation. And also, Brother Cozy, I want to really big up Brother Cozy, because some of us either don't have the might, the money, or the wisdom, what it takes to take on big government and big money. So they get away with everything. And this particular case going to set a lot of things straight for a little bit of Federation. So I want to thank Brother Cozy and his team for staying the course on this matter.
Yes, and I want to thank him for sharing with us, because I was listening. Just one addition that I will, as he stated, the year 1809 is the Swedish ombudsman, but our first federal ombudsman was appointed in August of 2008 in the person of Mr. Walford Gums, and he demit office in 2017. And so after that period, no one was appointed until I was appointed last year, the 20th of March. So yeah, just for you know, yes.
But we have a 7-year hiatus then, a 7-year space where there was no ombudsman.
No ombudsman, yeah, within the Federation, yes. But it's as you have shared, it is something that I think not just only my office, but I think everyone else would be looking in terms of interest, in terms of what will become of your petition, your case. And so, you know, as you stated earlier, we are all brothers and sisters. You know, we are one federation, and so let us try our best. I know sometimes we have differences of opinions and you know, but let us remain. And I like that statement that you said earlier, is we are all brothers. So I want to thank God for all of you, and I will just pray even at this time for all of us. So can we just pray just for a brief moment? Father God, we appreciate your goodness. We thank you, dear God, for your grace towards us. We thank you for life, because without life, oh God, we can do nothing and we are nothing. So we give you praise and glory and honor. I thank you, dear God, for all those who are listening. We thank you, dear God, for this blessed federation that you have given unto us. We thank you, dear God, for the citizens of Nevis, the citizens of St. Kitts, as we continue to function as one federation. God, I pray, dear Lord, that you continue to rest your hands upon DJ Marisha, dear God, as my brother Marisha and brother Cozier. Lord, we ask that you'll continue to minister to them. God, you see everything and you know everything about them. Especially, dear God, my brother Marisha, as he's going through a moment of bereavement. I dear God that you will strengthen him even right now. Lord, we cannot get accustomed. Every time we have a death in our family, it hits us, even if it's a close family or friend. I pray that you will comfort him and comfort his family and the entire family. Even as we were told of a funeral that was held this afternoon, we pray, dear God, that you'll continue to comfort the families. We thank you, dear God, for the great legacies of these individuals and the impact that they have made to our country and to our lives. Father, I pray that you'll continue to rest your hands upon us. Father, I pray that we will look unto the hills which cometh our help, because our help cometh from you. God, I pray your strength upon all of us. Cover our family, cover the nation. I pray that we will be one people again. I come against all these elements of division, selfishness, Lord, all these spirits and all these characters that are not of you. I pray, the Lord, that we will seek your peace. We will seek your peace and your understanding. Help us to get along as brothers and sisters. And so, Father, I pray your peace over the nation, over everyone. Lord, continue to rest your hands upon us. Those that are sick in body, heal them, restore them. God, those that are troubled, bring peace to their minds. And I thank you again for my two brothers that shared even on this broadcast this evening. Continue to rest your hands. Order their steps, I pray. In Jesus' name, amen and amen.
Thank you, sir, for that.
Bless
lovely.
you.
Thank
Bless
you, sir.
you.
Thank you, sir, for that lovely prayer. Very inspiring. I'm going to ask Brother Cozy to do his closing, and then you'll do your closing, and I'll be getting out of here. So, Brother Cozy, your closing.
Yes, just to say, DJ Marishaw, again, thank you for having me. Even though I've composed the after show, it was a pleasure to be here, and I want to just reiterate that what Brother Williams has said in relation to brotherhood and sisterhood. That we are our brother's keepers. That was the first story in the Bible that my mother taught me, the story of Cain and Abel. And it was the first appearance between God and man, when God required of Cain as to where his brother was. You know, that's a very telling question. Where is your brother? What that means is your brother okay? Have you cared for your brother enough to make sure he's okay? And the question, unfortunately for Cain, from Cain at that time was, am I my brother's keeper? And that is the age-old question. And I say that, and I make that point because if we don't recognize that fundamental fact, all of us, then we become vulnerable to the whims and the malice and the greed and the evil that may befall us at the hands of people who don't care. And it can happen. It's happening to me now. It's happening to my company now. But it can happen to any one of us. And it doesn't have to. You don't have to be a developer. You don't have to be in a business person, in an investment, for it to happen to you. It can happen to any one of us. It can happen to a student. It can happen to a mother, a child, a father. When you have persons in public office, especially, I mean, we should be our brother's keeper no matter what. But if we are privileged enough to have the sanctity of public office, it means that we are put in a position of care. The standard, therefore, is increased for us. And the obligations that are expected of us and duties to carry out for one another, the persons who are placed under our care, becomes at a higher level than if we're simply ordinary persons. And when that happens, we should all be concerned. We should be very concerned because, as I said, they came from my the man down the street the other day. Then they came for my neighbor yesterday. Well, who will they come for tomorrow? They will come for me because I said nothing. And that is why I am saying, as you said, DJ Marishaw, I do believe that this case will set a precedent in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis and wider afield. And so every person in this federation should pay special attention to what has transpired here. And at the end of the day, whether win or lose, because it's not about me, it's about the public and how we are treated by our politicians, our leaders, our representatives. It is about us, and it is about us saying we should care, and we should have a higher expectation, because that expectation is a legitimate expectation to have the pattern of care and the conduct of public officers dealing with us in our private lives. And so I want to end by saying thank you to you, DJ Marishaw, for graciously inviting me to your show, and thank you to Sir Brother Williams, the Pastor Williams, the ombudsman, the new ombudsman. And I hope and I wish that all of your travels, all of your work, and I have listened to you. I wish you Godspeed. I wish you that God would keep his hands on you as it is, and that you will be empowered to continue to help our brothers and sisters in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis in your post as ombudsman. Thank you.
Nice. Yeah, Brother William, tap your screen, open your mic there.
Thank you very much, Brother Cozier, and thank you so much. And I pray strength and upon both of us, all of us, as we gather today. I'm going to end by just stating this, because this is something that normally when I go on different broadcasts, I would like to end with this. But just bear in mind that we all have to be strong, and I want to say that to all of us: be strong. Be strong. Some of the battles that we go through, we just need to be strong, because I know it could take a lot out of us, but I want to say be strong. I see big, grown men and ladies coming and crying, breaking down. Sometimes the pressures, people don't know when you're going through certain battles, the kind of pressure that people go under, stress. So I want to say to all of us, those of you who are going through battles out there right now, situations, please be strong. Trouble don't last forever. And I end with this. Good governance is not just words. It is about what actually happens and how people are treated and how they feel, how they feel in relation to their government. What makes a government good is when people are valued, respected, and protected. And I'll end with that, and I'll say good evening to everyone. Bless you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for coming. I'm going to just drop a few clips here and I'll be out of here. Thanks for coming out. Very informative information, Brother Williams. I look forward to following up at some other point when you have some more information that we can give. And
no problem.
I'm glad I was not able to ask too many questions because you delivered well. So
thank you, sir.
I appreciate that. Brother Cozier, thanks again. I will be in touch. So until such time, you guys have a great evening.
Thank you, DJ Marishaw.
Located at Fountain Village in Nevis is the go-to spot for your Saturday treat. Tantalize your taste buds with his delectable Cabo's Delicacy Goat Water. Or, if you prefer some soul food, then Cabo's Fungi and Fish is definitely the way to go. Call ahead and reserve at 869-663-9694. Then make your way over to Cabo's and enjoy the vibrant atmosphere while you savor your delicacy. Cabo's, we are not changing, we are only improving.
Food all over, food all
Yes, you heard it. Food all over the Federation. The man Cabo provide you food there in Nevis. Can be delivered locally on the island of Nevis or to St. Kitts. Just give Cabo a call and let him know what you need in advance, and Cabo will take care of you. Let him know DJ Marisha sent you. Let's take a quick listen to Sister Carmen of Carmen Caterers.
Girl Sandra, you know where you can find nice fresh local food 7 days a week, one provision and all kind of thing. Girl, where? Right down there by Shellings, by Carmen Catering Services. Girl, she opposite the bus stop. Girl, and she also cater for weddings, parties, anything you want to cater for, funeral and all. Girl, and trust me, you're gonna enjoy the food. And she also selling bites and Sundays. Opposite the car shop, right down the main road. Girl, you could call 665-1494 or 663-6005 to order your food or go and pick up your food. Girl, the food that is finger licking and you get your money worth. You ain't want nothing better than that.
Hey. Nice man. That's Sister Carmen telling you where to go there in Boys on a Sunday right across from the Ogawa shop. You get your lunch there. Just let Brother Everett Marisha is in the area. Let's take a quick listen to my boy Melvin Gums there in the St. Thomas area.
Hey, this is Malvern from Spectrum Band, and you're listening to DJ Marisha, playing you the best in Caribbean music.
Yeah, man, I'm going to keep it that
Hey,
too.
this is Malvern from Spectrum Band, and you're locked into DJ Marisha. Keep it locked.
Oh, yeah.
Wednesday evenings are heating up. Log on to DJ Marisha's Facebook Live broadcast every Wednesday evening from 6 to 8 p.m. It's a frank and candid exploration into the social, cultural, political, and economic issues affecting our federation. And just in case you missed it, you can also catch the broadcast on his YouTube channel, DJ Marisha. Subscribe to the channel on YouTube and smash that bell. You will be notified whenever he goes live. DJ Marisha, every Wednesday evening, Facebook 6 to 8 p.m. or thereafter on his YouTube channel, DJ Marisha. Log on.
Yes, you got it right. You know, to log on a Wednesday evening, 6 to 8 p.m. right here at the DJ Marisha Experience. Now, if you're looking for some place to keep your events, wedding, anniversaries, just want to take some pictures or to hang out for the weekend or a couple of days, short or long stay, you can check the Millhouse Guest House down there in the Trinity area, Boyd's Village. Just contact Uncle Joseph there at 869-668-1390 to let him know DJ Marisha sent you. That's 869-668-1392. That's Brother Joseph Emmanuel. Let him know Brother Marisha sent you. Also, you can check my cousin there, Gloria, if you're looking for any clothing. You have the new location of the Smart Fit there in the old Simaco building there next to Skelec and Central Street. Check out DJ Marisha sent you. There's also a location down there in Cairn Street, right off 4th Street, opposite the gas station. And they also have another choice there of Sister Laura Williams, the dancing commissioner wife. She too has a clothing store there in the TDC Mall, right on 4th Street. Check her out, let her know DJ Marisha sent you. You're looking for some good food, you check out my brother there, Brother Michael Clark there at the Jamrock restaurant there in the Frigate Bay area. Also up the hill, you got Brother Marshall's. Food at his best. Check them out, let them know DJ Marisha sent you. In the local area here, in Parsons Ground, the backway bar, you check out Brother Ross. You get your cook up, your bullfoot, your goat water, and Friday and Saturday mornings, let him know DJ Marisha sent you. The man Bad Islam there in the Newton Young area. You got your pool table, your bar, bullfoot, fried chicken wing, and all that kind of good stuff. Then down on the lower section, you got the man Malik. Check him out there as well. You got your food, goat water, cook up, and everything. The night is already way over time, so I'm not going to do much. Just want to say a quick good night to a few folks because I know that you guys are doing some overtime with me, and I cannot call all the names, but I'll run through a few ones real quick. Want to touch my boy there, brother Romelo Jeffers. Good evening, how you doing? Hazel Claxton, good evening. Naomi Ward, Ione Mitchum, Sister Rosita Puntin, how you doing? Margaret Taylor, Alibo Jenkins, good evening. Karen Virgil, Evan Jeffers there in the UK. You're up late, thanks for staying up. What time is it there in the UK? Claudia Thompson, good evening. I also want to touch my girl there, Sister Haley, over there in Scotland. My brother there, Ambassador Creeley there in the Morocco area. Alexander Pardo Jenkins, good evening. Armin Evelyn, good evening. How are you doing? Pauline Swanston, welcome to the ride. Sister Tarrell Libert Hodge there in the Toronto area. Claudette Williams, Brother Glendale Herbert, Veronica Roberts, Sinclair Ward, Carmen Libert, Lesroy Mulwin, Brother Deacon Orwell Jeffers, how are you doing? Good evening, sir. Hope all is well. Rutland Hill. Ike and Innes MSC, welcome to the ride. Atlin Weeks, how are you doing? Cheryl Hughes, hope all is well. Steve Mills, Verlene Ali, welcome to the ride. Danny Richards, Paul Francis, good evening. Melo Farms, how are you doing? Hope all is well. Yasan Tafari, welcome to the ride. Trevor Seekers, Vanessa Taylor, Wouty French, Brother Ivor Henry, you must be having some fun tonight, keeping me up a whole hour later. Brother Triple X Stone, how are you doing? Brother Michael, how are you doing? Hope all is well. Livingston Brown, hope all is well with you. Annette Morton, good evening. Monica Brown, Marita Williams, Maurice Saran, Sandra Huggins waiting up this late. Good evening. How is Sister Millie, Evan and the rest? Mona Davis, good evening. Beverly Marisha, good evening. Piper Barry, how are you doing? Brother Oakland Benter, good evening. Angela Dorr. My cousin there, Brother Kent Benny, Sister Pam, how are you doing? Pam Benny, hope all is well. Elvis Isaac, Cindy Govaya, welcome to the ride. Hyacinth Gums, Livingston Brown, good evening. Thanks for your compliments, sir. Gemini Nisbet, Irving Maynard, Dalvon Williams, and Nelta Robinson, welcome to the ride. Sandra Thompson, Justin Hazel, Elvis Williams, aka the King Freddy, how are you doing, my brother? Brother Ken Gonzalez, how are you doing, my brother? How is Debbie? Hope all is well. Want to big up my engineer, Brother Ike there in the Brooklyn area. Brother Ike out of TNT, one of the best engineers around. Leon Richards, Silla Brown, welcome to the ride. Chester Watson, Wallen Archibald, Casilda Francis, Valerie Ali, Bishop Williams, welcome to the ride. Elizabeth Zakers, welcome to the ride. Hillary Powell, Lebesco Sweeney, welcome to the ride. James Richards, Elvis Marisha, Visha Stapleton, haven't seen you in a bit, how are you doing? Clayton Davis, good evening, welcome to the ride. Dave Morgan, Patrick Brown, Tristan Gums, Centric Daniel, Ruel Hazel, welcome, Vicky Hazel. Brother Courtney Thompson, how are you doing? Good evening. Jermaine Anthony, Janet, Brother Sebastian Williams, how are you doing? Musician Molly, how are you doing, my brother? Sebastian Williams, Patrick Brown, Kay Bradshaw, Anderson Douglas, Marlene Cross, Larrett Wharton, how are you doing? Nice speaking to you earlier. June Libert, Sandra Merritt, Gilly Brown, Cora Bennett, good evening, how are you doing? Thanks for your usual support to this program. Amorel France, how are you doing? Kevin Dickinson, Casey King Sargent, Sister Ann Farrell Smith, how are you doing? Hope all is well. Judy Cornelius Webb, welcome to the ride. Patrick Brown, Marvin Nigel Leader, how are you doing? Doc, still looking for a wicket keeper. Magdalene Sargent, General Precious, how are you doing? Kenneth Tyson, Keisha Irish, Nana Atherton, Martilla, Pamela Small, welcome. George Nisbet saw me around the world. Montclair Tito Sadler, how are you doing? The Toronto is in the house. Anthony Libert, Phoenicia Nisbet Libert, how are you doing? Hope all is well. Nadia Manners, Beulah Sutton, Atuba Rumba, how you doing, my brother? Are you in the Federation or in the Brooklyn area? Angela Zakers, Leroy Thompson, Francis O'Brien, Jigstead Jiggy, Brother Via Gallery, how you doing, my brother? I haven't seen you in a bit. Catherine France, Dave Brown, Julian Pemberton, how you doing? Empire, Fireman, everything good with you? How is Sister Sharon and the crew? Veronica Roberts, Brother Luther Kelly, Amaral Francis, Amaral Fringe, Olivia David, Leonard Fox, Carlton Williams, Nicky Woods, Brother Trevor Carbo Cornelius, how you doing, my brother? How is things in Fountain? Nigel McMahon, Sister Cicely Brown, how you doing? Desroy Daniel. So many names to call this evening, my folks. Luther Kelly, Bellows Douglas, Brother Everson Harris, I think I mentioned you before. Susie Warner, St. Kitts Nevis Times, welcome to the ride. Good to see you guys listening to the program. Might learn one thing or two not to spread false rumors out there. Great now, Adin. How are you doing? Welcome to the ride. Eustace Adams, Shaqueen, Wanda Brown, Damian Murray, Fanny Herbert, Janice Carty, Hope all is well. Heroes Morton, Smelter Jeffers, Sean Jeffers. Well, got too much names to go to this evening, but want to thank everyone for logging on this evening and being a part of the DJ Mauri Show experience. I want to say a special good night to our Honorable Prime Minister, who is currently out there doing the work of the Federation. I want to wish him a safe flight back to the Federation when he completes his mission, along with Senator Clark. Keep up the good work. We have a lot of work to do, my good people. I am the first to say that everything might not be the way that we need it, but the government is doing a great job. I've done a lot of things, and tonight we had to take a different approach with the program with those two special guests. Those information, I think, was very important that I bring to you, the people. But we have a lot of information to share from the political area, from the economic standpoint and communities. So come next week, we will continue on this thread, giving the information that I have to give. As I said, emotionally, I'm going through a lot at the moment, so bear with me. I try my best to continue to bring you the best program possible, but in times like these, sometimes you falter because of the circumstances. So in the meantime, I'm going to drop the unofficial anthem for the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. This one is my anthem, composed by my good friend, brother, the late, great King Arrow. This one is called Arise. My good people, I know the music is sweet, but I'm asking you to listen to the lyrics. As we bring down the curtains this evening, I want to say blessings to Gwyneth Mauricio, Beverly Mauricio, Lynn, and the rest of the listening audience.
Country dying and never lend a helping hand. Would you see your children's future dwindling, creating much disillusion? Or would we watch on idly, disregarding our self-sufficiency? Maladministration, ready all and know. unification, building a brand new nation. We move on together hand in hand. Rise, citizens, arise. The country is yours, all yours, still yours. Can your conscience be clear? Indulging corruption or misusing public office, being accused of unemployment and crimes, or disrupting a citizen's peace. Oh, my country in this harmony, separated politically. Hatred for a brother, cannot love each other. No, I say no, not at all. Citizens, let's unite and stand up for rights, all our lives and our lives. Let us reintegrate and correct all mistakes. Reunification, building a brand new nation. We move on together hand in hand. So arise, citizens, arise. The country is yours, all yours, still yours.
Yes, that's the sound of the late great the man King Arrow. And I want to take this moment to say good night to my partner there, the man Thaddeus Jefferson. How are you doing? The man Eustace Hendrickson there in the Houston area. Hope all is well. Also want to big up my nephew there, Brother Glenville Lawrence, for organizing my clips weekly for the program to keep you guys informed. Want to touch my boy there, the man Elvin Ellie. How you doing? How is the wife? Hope all is good with you guys. My son Jeffroy Jr. there in the LA area. How you doing, son? How is Sister Jazz? My daughter there, Rochelle, in the Ohio area. How is the grandkids? Hope all is well with you, my baby girl. Hope all is well with you. I know you're doing well. My brother called Morris there in St. Thomas. Hope all is well with you, with Sister Valencia Morris. The boy Avon Brown, aka Sour, Patsy Brown, Maralph and crew. My favorite cousin there, Sister Natalie Carty in St. Thomas, VI. How is Caroline and the crew there? Hope all is well with you guys. Also want to big up Sister Cheryl over there in the Florida area. Hope all is well. Well, until such time as we meet again next Wednesday, same place, 6 p.m. I say good night, blessings, and